I can already go onto the server. We'll get some hydration and then we keep going. Let's disable this. And I think that's... Oh, no, I do need to remember to also mute alert again. There. I think that's it. Alright. Yeah, thank you for all the map requests. I'm glad there weren't too many of them, so we don't need to worry about having to move them to a different day or something. So, yeah. We'll get to the dip now. We'll be here for a while. It's probably going to be a longer stream than usual as well, if the players keep grinding at least. So, yeah, hello Soppa. And yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. And we can get to the cast. Let's stick with Simo for now. Kubas is on floor 8, but Kubas is a mapper, so we don't really consider Kubas a part of the competition. No need to worry about that progression too much. Even if Kubas gets to like floor 11, pretty much forced to stop there at this point. But yeah, PRB. All right, let's go. What floor did you do? I haven't built any floor. Didn't send anything in. So we are just discovering everything with the players. Maybe for DD3 I'll try something. Just learned others are unaware of how semiconductors work. That is surprising. Crazy. Thank you for the heads up button. Let's go then. So, Deep Deep 2, I assume people have generally heard of this. So, yeah, a couple things we can actually kind of recap, I suppose. Get some information in. Now, I don't think there's been huge developments just yet. Some developments, but we are still on the same trick that Elcon reached last night. Basically meaning that Bren has reached the same trick. Kubas is a mapper of the project. We don't really care about Kubas' progress, not a competitor, just vibing on the server. Kubas has been playtesting the map, so has a good head start to the whole thing. It's a bit misleading, I know, but Kubas, yeah, has built a floor telly. Like, yeah, it would be cool to follow Kubas, but like, it's not really, it doesn't really matter, you know, in a sense. So yeah, I know it's confusing though. I know, because like, why wouldn't I follow someone on floor 9, right? But like, the reason you can find here, right? Name is on the board. Kubas built second last floor on this map. Just chilling, I guess. Just, you know, vibing, getting some PVs in. But yeah, when Kubas gets to a new floor, like to a floor where we haven't actually seen all the tricks or the strats, Kubas has to stop. Can't progress anymore. So it's kind of, you know, a weird player to follow in that sense. So the mappers can play the map, but they can't play any new floors, they can't show any undiscovered strats. So they can do the things that others have already done. But yeah. Okay, so, a couple things real quick, now that Simo is also not driving. So, let me bring the clips up from Bren. We had the best attempt that we just saw Bren do on this. Real quick then. Okay, so all of these are auto-playing. Hold on. Okay, let's check through these real quick here. So Bren got to the latest trick multiple times, yeah? Got the first attempt here. Tried to do a shortcut. Had a plan here. Tried to actually do an unintended shortcut. Didn't work. Now we know. Second attempt. Trying to do a press forward strategy. Not very close. I think Bren's reaction here kind of tells you what you need to know.
I'll try. Oh.
Yeah, so that didn't go super well. Yeah. Oh. So, it's not PF. That much we can gather from that clip. Then, trying a different setup again. Really looking for some kind of a consistent setup. and actually going for the wall right this time, but misses it. So this was kind of what Elcon was trying to do there. Yeah, PF plus right, I guess, on the previous one. Yeah, fair enough. So it doesn't seem to be the plastic thing, though. Elcon also thought it wouldn't be that. Elcon tried to do the same kind of a thing. Bren also fails it here. This is the press forward and right attempt, I suppose. I think the previous one was the press forward. So then this clip trying the PF plus right from this setup. Not quite there. So not the plastic wall hug, not press forward plus right from the safe spot. So Bren did get a pretty good try that we saw a little bit before. I don't know if we have a clip of that, but I can quickly show what happened, because it was basically the wall right try that we saw not too long ago on those clips as well. So basically going from here, flipping the car here onto the wall right, then landing upside down here, jumping in, and Bren actually flew to the left here, very close to landing into this pool. So that one looks promising, very doable. I don't know if you're supposed to do that, or if you're supposed to fly like here, or if you're supposed to, you know, do something different, but the pool landing, that one looks promising. And then it's gonna be, you know, the turbos here, and maybe landing onto this, maybe going over here, maybe, who knows, maybe landing here eventually, and here, and then somewhere. We don't really know for sure. Oh, thank you, Mike. Oh, you even have all attempts, gotcha. Well, here's the last one. So, going upside down, flying in, so close. That seems very promising, yeah? So, just flipping the car into the wall right, and then the upside down landing. It looks like it's gonna be that one, yeah? It kind of looks like that makes the most sense. So that's probably what we're going to look at as well. See if the players can manage. That's weird though. Yeah, I mean, what isn't? Oh, that's completely fine, Chris. It does seem like this trick will probably be the least consistent one so far on floor 11. Yeah, no one has cleared it just yet. Your girlfriend's birthday? Can you say hi to Jackie and happy birthday? Happy birthday, Jackie. Hope you have a good one. Catching up with everything. Doesn't look terrible though, might be a variation of it. I think there could still be some consistent way. Maybe there's still like a setup that works like just about every time. It looks still kind of, you know, hard to line up. Elcon is playing in the tournament. Was there like the formula thing or something else? What exactly is happening today? The Formula thing was yesterday, right? But they have multiple races. Yeah, the personal best on the height thing on the left side, that is always going to be the players. Listen to what Brent says after that pull attempt. I already closed it. Was it something insightful? Brent was kind of hiding strats, hiding ideas before, but maybe now thinking about something different. Hello Sigfusson, welcome to the channel. Yeah, it's some sort of a tournament. 24/7 competition. Where we try to find the greatest climber of Trackmania. Do you think it's bad people are hiding strats? No, not really. I mean, bad for documentation if they actually just play solo and don't stream. Sure, but like I can't really blame the players for trying to play to win. Simo has been to floor 10 at the very beginning. Last night. Worked pretty well on floor 9, but floor 10 might be pretty difficult. But Simo has a lot of footage to work with. Many players have made it through floor 10 tricks, so we're gonna see if Simo can pick those tricks up. Let's see. Not too many players on the server right now, actually. But it's kind of understandable. Hazard and Skandir still playing at the LAN. Not sure if they're coming back later today, maybe, or something. Oh, Simo, careful. LAN ended at 12, okay. Might be traveling 12-hour drive. Oof. Blood. Well, maybe Skandir could be going up later. Who knows? But probably at least tomorrow. Through the whole, we've seen these floor 7 sections so many times at this point. Kind of feels like runs don't start on floor 7 anymore. We saw Lars yesterday struggle a lot getting through this floor, and that's really crucial. Like, you don't really consider a floor 7 attempt like a good attempt for these players that have been through floor 10. Sure, you need to be consistent on these floors as well, so practice never hurts, but at the same time, like, you want practice on floor 10 as well. Who actually won the mini RPG LAN? How did that go? Skandir? Okay. Fresh off a victory then. Maybe back to the dip. Runs kinda start at like, yeah, 9 or maybe 8, because floor 8 seems to be pretty good for almost every single one. Every single player who has made it to floor 9. So it's kind of like if Simo here, for example, gets these next few things correct, then there's like a couple difficult parts on. Scary. Very, very low speed here. Starting the slide. Looks good. Clean. So, yeah, if, you know, Simo gets these first few things on floor 8, meaning the beam landing, then that's usually going to be a floor 9 attempt for these players now. Bren did personal and best, yes. Did equal the Volta Gorge. Once again. So that means Bren made the one landing that Elcon had made before, but still didn't make the next plastic half-pipe section. Elcon on the server as well. That is our current tight Volta Gorge holder. Timo? Slowing down. Nothing's really happened in the last 2 hours, I guess, in terms of, like, you know, new Volta Gorge. Bren was able to get multiple times today. Timo, 248, nice. Was able to get multiple times to the same half pipe, the plastic half pipe that Elcon and Bren have been trying to understand for a while. It does seem like Bren figured out a possible line there, so it's gonna be interesting to see where these players can really get when they get there again. Elcon has some Bren clips to study. Probably has seen them already. Grass cup of the day. Great. Who's the mapper? Timo to the beam. Tricky one. Slow approach, but very clean landing. Offside. Works. Now it should get a little bit easier for Simo. EPH. Remember some maps, I think, from the mapper? Not really remembering the style, though. Let's see then. Here's our best hope for a new world record tonight. Elcon on the server. Timo might have another chance at floor 10, but probably needs a little bit more practice on it. Ice spins, snow, ice slides, not really Timo's strongest techniques. But turtling has been pretty fine. Timo to the second part here. Going through, works great. And gets through. Finnish player, not good on ice. Yeah. No ice on Trackmania Nations forever. The old Trackmania game that Simo is generally playing. Landing on the grass. Works. Hello, F. Going for the clean landing here. Works just fine. And now to the last one. Last turtle. Ooh, a bit of a scary landing in a way. I should probably, yeah, I should have renamed the alias of the blub emote. Kubas is a new PB, kind of, but Kubas is one of the mappers and also one of the playtesters of this map. So we can safely ignore what Kubas is doing on the map, because one, Kubas not part of the competition, not eligible for the prizes. Also, probably knows a lot of these things from playtesting. Will not be able to go to new parts at all. So we don't consider Kubas like a, yeah, just showing off, you know, just chilling on the map. It would actually be nice if we could somehow like hide the mappers from the height, but oh well. Simo, now into the final jumps of floor 8. Jumping through and to the right. Looks good. Simo, safely through. Another attempt. It's looking very strong today on this floor. I don't even know if Kubas would go to like floor 10, honestly, or any of the mappers. Mapper should be drinking cocktails at floor 16. There could be a mapper-only elevator up to the top. Kubas has already reached floor 10. Okay, fair enough. Probably doesn't show too many strats there, though, as there could still be something kind of unknown in those floors. Simo, to the turbo. Oh, barely lands it. That's actually pretty fortunate, because I think if the landing went further, it would have maybe bounced off the edge of the beam. Oh, 1040, yeah, should be highest parts of 9. Yeah, the leaderboards are not reliable in terms of height. I'm pretty sure that well, it might barely be enough, I suppose. Like, very barely. For floor 10. Come on. Lands it. Yes, he must have been clipping these turbos a lot, that's true. Solidly 9, yeah. But either way, like Kubas, we can just ignore the height entirely, because not playing in the competition. Halfway through now. Couple more tricks. Floor 9 actually doesn't have like too much stuff on it. Like, not too many jumps overall. There's maybe like 10 different jumps, of which like 4 or 5 are kind of fair. Not something we see these players fail, but the remaining 5 or 6 jumps are They are tricky. Especially the final quarter pipes. Simo clips the landing. I didn't even notice the slowdown there, honestly. Oh, where does this go? All the way down, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't really even notice that at all. Maybe able to turtle? Nah. There's dirt here as well, making the turtling much harder too. That is so unfortunate. Just a slight clip on the landing, not really getting the speed. Simo has struggled with this, not really getting the speed for this jump, so probably needs to figure out something more consistent there to get these runs going. But Simo getting a lot more consistency in these last few days. Oh, Lars got through the 360 earlier. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you, Paristo. I think Hazard will be fine with the progress here, because at the end of the day, oh, Sami, oh, unfortunate landing there. At the end of the day, I feel like the players have sort of started understanding what kind of a challenge this really is. They know that at this point the map is getting much harder, and they also understand that some days you're just gonna be stuck on the same trick. Bren had some pretty good attempts though. On the plastic half-pipe now. Elkon probably has seen or will see the Bren clips. All of them. They were kind of wondering about the strat together last night. So I would imagine that Elkon will also check what Bren has been cooking afterwards. Boink. Elkon on the move. Hi, Anomaly. Is Simo wet frozen wheels reactor boost upside down plastic ice lighting yet? No, but Simo is upside down. So that's 1 out of 7 or something. No new world record, unless you count Bren tying Elkon's world record. No progress. No progress today. Yeah, it does seem that the pool in the distance from the quarter pipe, that is the key. Not the platform above. And it doesn't seem like it requires the two-wheel setup that we saw in the trailer, teaser trailer. So from here, just getting the wall right, flipping upside down, and then zooping into this pool. Bren was very close. Well, the platform would be this one, right? Like, you know, somehow flying from this, zooping somehow onto this platform, perhaps. Or something. Or maybe zooping into this platform. I don't really know. But it kind of starts making more and more sense that it's gonna be the pool. Bren essentially hit this block here, hit the sound block. So, We'll see. Elcon has a lot to work with here, just needs to get to those parts. Who knows what the map becomes after that, but we shall see. Can't say I am, but no. I suppose, you know, the sound block wouldn't be there unless you were supposed to go there, yes. I do think the landing will be in the pool. I mean, could it be trolling? Of course it could be trolling. There could be so much trolling on this map. Like, you know, the last thing you expect to be trolling could be trolling. But I feel like after watching Brent's attempts, it just makes sense that you go there. And yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily something that you need to go to right now. It could also be something where, you know, you do some other landings first and then doing, you know, some other stunts to get to the pool. So at this point, it seems fairly confirmed that you need to go directly into the pool. Yeah, that's fair, Varelin. (24:47) to floor 11. Speed running. Elcon does play pretty risky, but I feel like it's sort of the just the personal style. Maybe it's the way to kind of like sort of keep this whole thing fun. Not worrying too much. Just, you know, playing Trackmania. And if you manage to keep the whole project here fun, then you will be able to put more hours into it. If it constantly feels like, you know, you're working to just, you know, get a paycheck, then it gets much more exhausting compared to if you're actually like kind of enjoying the journey as well. Elcon is putting in some serious hours. Simo as well. Good evening, Butler. What's up? Well, still waiting for runs to get started here, but Bren has equaled the water court earlier today. So we have a little bit of progress to go with. Elcon did join the server not too long ago. Maybe like 15-20 minutes ago or so. Maybe has been getting some rest as well. Not getting the flip. Yeah, Bren found a lot of strats that do definitely not work. So now Elcon has a lot of clips to work with, and Bren most likely also found the correct strat, which interestingly was the first one that Elcon was trying anyway. So Elcon actually did understand the strat right away. It was the line that Elcon was trying and just didn't manage to get very well. But Bren got it well enough that it's basically confirmed what you need to do. Brendan tried jumping straight into the hole to floor gang. I mean, some of those attempts kind of ended up doing that, so... Shows the clip? Sure. But I'm not gonna show it like every 30 minutes here. We have it linked in the chat there, but I can give a quick display here for the people who haven't seen it yet. So, the most promising, landing into this wall, landing upside down, and flying into the pool. Bren barely missing it here. But that seems to be it. So, nothing crazy, you know, it's not like a consistent press forward and right strategy. It's nothing like this. You just jump into the wall, land into the wall right, and then probably just, you know, don't do anything on the plastic. I don't think anything you do on the plastic really does much. So, yeah. Very close to landing it. Yeah, it seems like the plastic there is kind of bait. Or something else. I suppose there could be something more to it too. It's not necessarily that this is the only way to do it. Maybe there's something, some other tricks as well that you could potentially do. But at the very least, there is now a strategy that works. Now you know, it could still be more consistent with another strat. That's still entirely possible. Mapper said he had done it over 10 times in a row. Okay. So yeah, we don't expect it to be like inconsistent in the sense that, you know, some plastic bounces might be inconsistent. But who knows about this strat? Yeah, like the thing is that these players are not gonna get the amount of practice on it as the mapper has. So there could be an easy setup that's difficult to figure out. A 0 out of 7, I think. Did Bren get there 5 times or 4? Elcon got there twice. But yeah, it's it's a lot of science. It's a lot of trying to understand what to do. Good news is for Elcon that Elcon was trying to do the strategy already. On the very first attempt that Elcon did, Elcon was trying to do this strat. Trying to go into the wall, and the second attempt was even better in that sense. So, in some sense, now that Elcon's strat is the correct one, you just need to do it much, much better. At the very least, there's like a little bit of practice as well. So it doesn't need to start from 0. A little bit of muscle memory. I'm not sure if there's clips of Elcon's tries there from last night. Probably some clip though. But it looks very similar to Bren's attempt. It's just landing a little bit too late onto the wall. Not very close. Oh. Clean landing. The pool seems to be the target, yes. Waltergard is maybe halfway through floor 11 right now. You test stuff and it doesn't work, it doesn't fail. Huh? What I mean is that if Elcon was already going for like a completely wrong strategy there, and then Bren found out that there's some other strategy that, like, you know, you need to do something completely different, like a completely different bounce from somewhere or whatever. Oh, okay, Ravel, okay. But yeah, if Elcon was doing something else than trying to do the wall right hit, then would probably be harder to adjust still. But Elcon has tried it twice with not great results. So that might help a little bit at least. And now has all the Bren clips as well to work with. And yeah, this is kind of what happened on floor 4, right? Already, which is 7 floors below. On the first quarter pipe jump on floor 4, what happened is that players tried to do the clean line in the very beginning. Scandier tried to do the clean quarter pipe jump, the clean landing. But it didn't work. It seemed very difficult, it seemed like it was very far, so then players figured, okay, maybe it's not this, or maybe I can do something else. And then they started going for the wall hits that was much less consistent than the actual clean line. But the problem is that you get so few attempts on that trick that you don't want to waste your attempts going for the line that might not even be the intended line, because it just seems so difficult, the clean landing. So you go for the one that someone has made it work, right? Someone has actually landed the wall hit landing, so you just think like, okay, I'm gonna go for the wall hit. That at least is confirmed to work. Elcon. Very fortunate landing. So, it could happen to tricks later on as well. Someone gets that jump on floor 11. Someone makes it work with whatever strategy, and it's gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna go for that strat because it's been confirmed to work. Even if there could be something better, I don't want to throw away my runs there just because I think I can find something better. Because you're not sure. Yeah, Elcon's first run of the day, basically, so... Probably still just warming up. Getting into the zone. Still, floor 7 already. We'll see. I actually feel like Elcon has usually been better in the like early, like the first half of his session. Generally getting like less consistent, you know, towards the 10-hour mark of the session. Let's go Elcon. Let's check. Well, let's stay with Elcon actually. We can hope that The save is there from Hugo. This could take a while. Could take a moment. It's possible. So many people have done this so far. We'll stick with Elcon, I think, for now. A bit off on this. Hopefully able to recover. Car is bouncing a little bit. It will fall off the side here at least, but I don't know if there's anything to fall down to. Not really. Unfortunate. This is a very well-known run killer, this jump on floor 7, honestly. So many players are still failing this one. Happens very, very often. Your final run has to be streamed in its entirety, but you don't need to stream the entire grind. Hugo has saved the, the pool, and now trying the plastic. This seems to be a bit short as well. Maybe Hugo a little bit luckier. Yes! This jump has always been difficult. The lineup is pretty precise. I think a lot of the time when players make it, it can be a little bit lucky. It's never like a, you know, pixel perfect line for most players. So you try to line up correctly, and sometimes, you know, you're a little bit off, and it's very, very punishing. Drawing the wheels here. Floor 7 does have these choke points. The water sections, not so easy, and the plastic, not so easy. Hello, Krilicek. Slow down for Hugo. Such a small one that it was hard to see. But it was there, and Hugo, good reaction there. Yeah, the final full run needs to be streamed. Fine bones. Works. Looks good this time. Hugo, floor 7, close. Oof. Luckily not bouncing over that. Last 24 hours, it's like the mapper shifted everything in random direction by like 3 pixels. Bren was pretty consistent from what I heard though, making it to floor 11 many times. So, seems to be doing pretty nicely. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different explanations to it. One is that you can't have... We're currently on day 10 of this challenge, right? You can't have your best day every day at this point anymore. You're going to have some worse days. And the other thing is that you're just getting exhausted as well. Might be hard to keep up consistency if you're like pushing yourself to like the physical limit here, where, you know, you've been playing for 12 hours a day or something insane for 10 days now. So It could be that, you know, at some point in these next few days, it would be good for many players to take some days off. Which some players are probably already doing, to be fair. I don't know if, you know, Lars, for example, is gonna play today. Maybe, we'll see. But, you know, Virtual, I think, took kind of like a break this weekend as well, so getting a little bit of a mental reset as well. Hugo's still a little bit off. Survives though. Or no. Ooh, scary. Simo also has been putting in insane hours, but seems to be fine with it. Has been getting PBs, you know, yesterday and stuff. So I don't know. Timo seems to be seems to have a really good mental endurance for this kind of a grind. Currently, you know, fell here from floor 9, so wasn't a good run again. But yeah, probably taking a small break still. Virtual needed a 24-hour break, yeah. Completely understandable. And I think more and more players will need that break as we go forward. Kind of like a pit stop, you know? You just need to do it. You go falls into the water, luckily. A bit further back, but keeps going. Keep running here. Yeah, Bren is reducing the amount of time played as much as I've heard anyway. So we'll see. I think one interesting thing is that Hazard and Skandir have now had a little bit of a mental break because they've been playing at the mini RPG LAN. I would consider it a break because, like, honestly, like, it sounds super silly, but, like, you know, for example, like, when players are playing this kind of a challenge, they might be streaming, like, you know, 10 hours a day, and then they're like, oh shit, I'm so exhausted, I need a break. Then they shut down the stream and they go play, like, Track of the Day or something. And that seems really silly and counterproductive. But, like, it can still be, like, a break from the actual grind, because you're not exhausted because of Trackmania, you're exhausted because of the, like, mental strain that the map puts onto you. So, I feel like for Hazard and Skadir, it could actually be very, very nice to be able to think about something else for a little bit. Play a competition, and also, like, meeting people, you know, meeting other Trackmania players and kind of vibing, you know, maybe getting a couple beers and stuff like this. That can be, like, a really, really good break. So I'm excited to see what happens in these next few days. Yeah, Skandir won. From what I heard, Hazard wasn't really prepared, probably because of the dip grind here. So, you know, probably just going there to vibe. You know, we have players that, you know, are generally very strong players that participate in these kinds of LANs just to kind of connect with the community. They might not really want to even, like, stress about playing at the very highest level. Sometimes they just kind of go in and just want to play Trackmania for fun. And meet people. Yeah, I don't know either or not, but I'm just saying what I've heard. Imagine meeting other people instead of playing Trackmania. You go back here. This looks better than the last few ones. Oh, barely. even with the wall hit. But not getting the next one. Big fall, and it will end Hugo's run here. A lot of trouble on floor 7 for so many players recently. Virtual not playing on the server. Did you watch Bren react to your wicked map for Magic Contest? No? Why did he watch that? Doesn't really have too much to do with this map, honestly. Chat was spamming him to see if it, as if it would help him beat floor 11. Yeah, of course it doesn't help. Guys. Welcome. Fast Strat. Fast Strat seemed to be consistent. I'm wondering why Elcon's moved away from it. Oh, well, very fortunate plastic bounces here. This should be doable. Waited for a permission to see it. Yeah, okay. Very useless. People need to relax with the backseating a little bit. I will generally not have anything to tell these players that they already don't know. So you don't need to worry about me coming up with some idea. That would actually help the players. They already know all this stuff that I know and more, so... Can you tell Virtual he went offline by accident? Oh, would I? I'm sure he will notice. What am I gonna do? Go to his house. Oh. Okay. Message in-game chat. He's not on the server. Like, what's the plan here, guys? Just let the guy restart the PC. Standard access doesn't exist anymore, no. They only sell the club access now, but technically you can still have standard access if you bought it previously. This is some of the reason Elcon doesn't stream. Yeah, it makes sense. If people are sending them clips to watch that are completely like disconnected from the map, then yeah, understandable. Like, I'm only ever going to explain some like concepts that might be helpful to new players to understand. They're not really meant to be discoveries for these guys at all. Like, you know, if there's some like surface interaction, or if there's some you know, block combination that can be kind of difficult to understand by just watching a section, then I might, you know, show how that generally can work. But like, don't post them to these guys. They definitely don't need that like entry-level knowledge. These guys probably know these mechanics pretty well. Yeah, no, it wasn't meant to be like a tip for the players' faults at all. Bren did say your map is cool though. Yeah, okay. I appreciate that. I hope Bren understands that I wasn't trying to backseat the players there. Elcon has started doing this strategy. Elcon previously was the only one not to do it. I actually wonder, Elcon was like 100% consistent. With the fast strat, I'm wondering why Elcon switched. But I mean, you know, it's faster. Oh, true. Yeah, it's Elcon, of course. Yeah, no. It's faster. It's yeah, of course. See, he is speedrunning. I forgot who we're talking about. Yeah, my bad. Saves 3 seconds. That's the reason. Really struggling now with some like pretty common stuff though. Not really getting those runs started. Giuliano, floor 6, where we have a lot of players into these sections here. Giuliano has been a little bit further as well. Juliana could go pretty far as well. Very, very skilled player. Showing off his insane mapping skills. And there we go. Look, it's not that, you know, it's not that I want to show off my maps, it's just that whenever there's something that I've built myself, it immediately pops to my head when I see the connection and I can bring it up as an example. I promise, yeah. Sometimes I do think of other players' maps as well. For examples on some specific things. Scrappy also playing offline? On like, you know, locally. On stream, but, you know, in solo. We'll probably only move to stream POVs if people get to like floor 10, floor 11 range. Probably floor 11 range at this point. What is this horn, dude? What are you... Just... Trackmania players need help. I feel like the deep experience has been too much. Have we gone too far? Hello, Sunday. Juliana, based on this height, I think has been to floor 7 for sure, and I think we might have actually seen that run as well. It's hard to keep track of like 25 players and their personal best, but the height kind of tells me 773 that it's gonna be the early parts of floor 7. Yeah, I do need to move my camera you know, maybe in a week when we get to floor 14. That's true. I will figure something out. Back to the ducks. Perfect jump. Can you scale it? Camera? I mean, yeah. I mean, I can also just move it. I can mirror it and put it to the right corner. Oh, the plugin. I don't know if I can scale it, like, vertically. Juliano? Clean line. Gets to floor 7. This is where runs currently seem to end for so many players. It's your stream, you can show us as many of your nice maps as you want. Thank you. I'll only bring them up if there's a purpose though. Backward speed slides. Very clean. Plenty of height. Looking for good vibes. Is this the place? Absolutely yes. Or you know what? I'll let you decide. You tell me in a little bit when you have a feel for it. If you had to bet, would you say someone completes the map before 23rd of this month? What day is it now? My calendar consists of deep dip, so for me this is day 10. It's 12th. 11 days? It's possible, yeah. There's actually a couple interesting things because there's a Kakiest Kaki season that starts in June. Yeah, no, unfortunate. Very close to personal best there, but not getting the ice jump. A little bit off, but fortunate landing. This is floor 6 at the very end, so we'll get to try the duck jump again. Not too bad. Kaki starts, I think, June 1st. So, the big question is that we have one floor 10 player, Simo, currently, is known to be a Kaki master, right? Wants to probably play that season as well. So, I guess the question is Simo going to switch to that, or will this take priority still? Juliano, a little bit off. We've seen mistakes on these platforms, and this will be another one, but bounces back to floor 6 still. Not too bad. Can you move it down a bit? I don't think I can really move it like that, but I'll look into it at some point. I do think it's gonna be another week before we get to floor 14 and above. Currently, our progress for last day was 1 jump. Stream is all vibes. I hope so. Thank you, Sunday. I don't know all the physics because the game is just too weird, but I try my best to learn if I notice that there's gaps in my Trackmania understanding. A bit too slow here, Juliano. Not getting the good entry speed there, but there's a Kaki season in TMNF in June, and then Kaki Reloaded is going to be in this game in November. Only Simo can answer, I suppose. I guess I could ask. But I don't know, like at this point it's still a couple weeks away, so I don't even know if Timo would know the answer, right? This is a bit to the side, and it's gonna clip the side indeed. The triangle there. Juliano keeps falling, doesn't land the pool, and this is right down to floor 1. And, well, it does land, so, you know, something there, but... Good try for Giuliano. At the very least, some practice on floor 6 again. Elko not really getting this plastic bounce. That was the second time that it, like, doesn't happen at all, the rotation. I'm not really sure if Elcon is maybe, you know, a little bit distracted still, maybe sleepy. It's a pretty early session, so, you know, not to draw too many conclusions from this, but it is kind of like unusual on these floors. I think what's happening is Elcon is trying to, like, brake to slow down, but then he's already off the platform, so it air brakes. So, like, on that attempt, didn't brake at all, right? Went just with releases. So I think Elcon might be trying to do some, like, you know, speedrun strats and kind of just vibing. Early session? Well, it is an early session in the sense that Elcon has just logged on, like half an hour ago. Also, yeah, like, if you really feel that your line is terrible, then you might air brake to just skip or avoid the turtle, you know? Like, avoid the dead turtle, but also be faster, I suppose. Sano falling down. I think Sano's personal best on floor 6 right now, on the middle sections. That's usually the 670 range. Elcon's still going for the fast setup here, too. I feel like Elcon goes for all the fastest strats on this floor. Most others are going for the new setup here that takes a little bit longer, but generally is a little bit more sort of consistent. Entirely consistent if you're patient enough. In some sense, Elcon's schedule, if you're going to hyper focus on this competition, it sort of makes sense, because Hazard, Simo, Virtual, you know, Lars usually play at these hours, and then Bren has been coming on later in, like, you know, 5 hours from now, or 6-7 hours from now. So if Elcon is kind of like doing the schedule so that Elcon can be awake for both of those, like, groups of players, both the Australians and the Europeans, then, you know, that could be like a good way to not miss any strats and progression. Yeah, Bren has said that the morning sessions, as in Australia morning sessions, will not happen, so I guess Elcon... I don't know if Elcon wants to adjust the schedule to that either, but, you know, I'm not saying that Elcon's reason is for this schedule is that, but, you know. Even though I have a lot of information, I do not actually watch Elcon sleep, so I do not have confirmation about anyone's sleep schedule here. That is not something that I'm interested in too much. You do? Oh. There are many people who are like full-time streamers in this competition. There are also some people who are able, for, you know, whatever reason, to commit to this kind of a grind whenever it comes. So might be, you know, studying something or whatever, and might be like flexible enough to be able to adjust to these kind of competitions. So a lot of the time, we do have these like big grinds that a lot of the top players are able to commit to, which is very cool for the game. But yeah, like the big streamers that are taking part, like Scrappy and Virtual, are full-time streaming as well, so... Elcon has had some dead turtles and such during runs where he's able to take some naps, some 20-minute naps during the actual run, so that can also be a strategy. Back to the Rux. That is actually such a perfect emote for this nut. I kind of almost forgot we had that. It's gonna come down to these parts again, the water parts and then the plastic loop. And the next transitions, those are the key sections here. Oh, savable. Probably done this before. Not sure how that didn't go up. Oh, this is so risky. Went so far to the side there, that looked scary. But Alcon is up. Suppose has an idea of how to do that. Doesn't look like the safest way to get back up, but okay. Alcon also goes for a pretty low jump here, slowing down a lot, not hitting the ceiling, and seems to be having a pretty good time with that landing specifically. And now for the plastic. This is the key. Lines it up. This is a little bit to the edge, but maybe barely. No, it's barely to the other side. But Elcon this time at least lands. So we'll be able to retry. So back to the beginning of floor 7. Now virtual updates are fine, but we're probably not going to check in on virtual unless there's like a floor 10 attempt again. For the reason that virtual is not playing on the server and I cannot, you know, easily switch to that. And I also don't really want to have someone else's stream on my stream. That feels weird to do. To just, you know, slam it there. But if there is a really good run, like, you know, chance for a top 3 maybe, then I will probably look into that too. But it's fine getting updates as well, if virtual is getting good runs going. When is Hazard coming back? Today the LAN tournament ended. So maybe tomorrow? I don't know. Hazard has a pretty long drive home, so probably not playing today. Let's see now. This looks like the best one we've seen so far, and Elcon will land finally. Was virtual on the streamer, not on the streamer server, because there's some FPS issues that some players are struggling with. Landings work here as well. So Elcon getting to the slightly easier part now. The turbo tunnel has been a little bit rough. Very windy. The plugin, like, I guess you mean on the left side. So the plugin, yeah, doesn't show anyone else but the server people. But it will show, like, the height that people reach in solo. Alcon? Clean? Very fast approach, actually, but worked out fine. Let's see now. Floor 8 potential. Couple landings. Just down to the slope and then setup that everyone is using. No one is trying to direct this anymore. Everyone's doing this setup. Your casting streams are an awesome part of this. I'm glad to hear. Amagio. And I'm glad Elcon makes it up. Janik most likely is just switching to virtual stream as well. So it's a difference between spectating someone in-game and someone on the browser. Flip works. Now the beam landing. This has been a tricky one still, and Elcon goes for a very slow approach. So most players turn the car along the beam, so kind of like turning the car in the air so it lands back wheels first. But Elcon has been doing this sideways landing, and it's so scary every single time. Right now as well, it looks so much shakier. Elcon is making it work, and to be fair, neither strat seems to be 100%. So Elcon just going for the comfort strategies, I suppose. That was a pretty low landing. That landing is like should be 100% landing, and I suppose it will be, but we'll see. Second turtle coming up. Yo, Kim Eric, thanks so much for the tier 1. Yeah, and also, like, we need to actually... That's a good point, Bammy. These players are playing with different cameras as well. So, it's sometimes a lot harder for them to also line these up because they're using a different camera. They're switching cameras a lot to be able to, you know, actually see what's happening. Elcon manages to get through this, whatever that is. You call it whatever you want. Trackmania, the video game section. And makes it to the next part. Relax, Elcon. Every time. No one else. Okay, a bit far with that one. I'm surprised Elcon actually didn't do some bug slide landing there, but it worked out. No time to save. Elcon going in. Upside down landing here. So, flips the car in a bit of a unique way. And then we go. I should rename the alias. I'll need to rename the plugin. Not the plugin, the emote. I made it Blup, and I was the first person to add it to my channel on 7TV, but then everyone else, I guess, made it Blip. So it wasn't my fault. Anyway, Elcon through the jump and now onto the beam. This has been a little bit shaky. Elcon maybe not really the best turtle player. Goes really fast this time actually, but lines it up correctly. Gets it well. Flip. Works. And we are going through. And then into the big jump. Floor 9 awaits. If Elcon lands this, and Elcon will. And look at this downhill strategy. Oh, Elcon actually kind of does it a little bit differently this time. But fair enough, works out. No problem. Yeah, floor 8, Koopa Troopa, the turtle level, indeed. Clever. Now, I am not sure why this one is called Strawberry Cheesecake. Maybe that's the comfort food that you will crave when you fall down to floor 0 from here. Suppose it's the colors, but you know, it could be something more as well. Let's see now, floor 9. Makes the landing to the ramp. And here we go. Good landing. Be able to continue. Oh, well, it's a little tricky. We saw Simov survive this kind of a situation before. Need to be really careful because getting the back wheels off this turbo is actually not that easy to save. Let's see the lineup then. When Elcon gets to floor 11 jump, can you tell him there's a clip of it in his Discord? No idea if he's seen it or not. I'm fairly sure that Elcon knows that Bren has done it. Like, how would you not know? Has done the attempts, you know. Hasn't made the jump, but has tried the attempts at least. I don't wanna, you know, become another backseater here. I'll let Elcon play his game. What does it turn around like that here? It's easier to line up completely straight when you're on the flat ground than on the downhill plastic. That's probably the reason. So he does the lineup on the flat ground, and then he just backs up. It's gonna be perfect, and he can just drive straight. Works all. Now, platforms. Manages to get it. Drift landing probably here. Yeah, Elcon. Just keeps it going. No time to waste here. To the turbo, into the loop. Now this part is a little bit harder to chain though. Although Elcon with that drift kind of manages. But this one, this landing onto the road, players are still taking kind of safe. Just because you don't want to fail this kind of a silly sort of small step here. This one, one of the hardest parts of the map. Goes for the low jump line, needs a clean landing, looks good. The speed should be there, but Elcon not happy with that. 228 speed is what I saw. We have seen 232 speed. Maybe Elcon also not happy with the line, maybe feeling like it's too far to the left side. So, since you can recover this pretty easily, you might just want to, you know, redo it until you know that it's perfect. The landing, very high, very precise. 232, perfect speed, perfect line, Elcon. Through the jump. Not quite on floor 10 yet, but making his way there. Now to the tunnel, drifting to save a little bit of time as well. Why not? No, lining up the next quarter pipe, the last quarter pipe. Jumping up, the speed is definitely enough. Is the line going to work? Elcon gets it. And is very close to floor 10 now, which we've seen Elcon do very nicely in the last few days. Lining up, taking the speed. The 2 ramps remain. Gets the first, second one, no problem. Bugslide landing. Why not? Then starts driving on these icy sections. Floor by Maverick. Floor 10. Called Ice Gold. Elcon backing up. Getting the icy wheels here. Ready for the dirt zoop. Going in now. Is the line good? It looks pretty nice. Speed is enough as well. Now for the ice slide. Onto the plastic, no problem at all. Elcon has been making these sections every single time. But has also had a couple missed lines here, so needs to be careful, needs to be focused. Makes the ice slide around now for the speed. Full landing works just fine. Just keeps going. Has the speed into the ice. Now backing on top of the beam here. Zooping up, sliding over the snow. Releasing just before the jump, that is unusual. Maybe a reflex release. Oh, this is scary, but Elcon does manage to save the run. Was it a bad gear? I thought it was a release, but maybe both. Makes the next jump anyway. Elcon back on track now for the pool landing. It looks very good. Pools will always flip you around. Water in general will flip you around if you just land into it, so. Then for the ice spin, no hesitation. And as every single time we've seen Elcon do it, it's perfect. Ice slide up. It's a little bit on the edge, but Elcon manages. And then we go. Careful line, very close to the edge, but Elcon keeps the car on the track to the dirt. No issues. The ice spin, literally perfect every single time. Elcon often gets the title an ice god. There's a reason for that. Now, plastic landing gets it. Then it's only the half pipes. Around on the other side. Then landing onto the pipe. Elcon lining up the turnaround. Will get it, and unfortunately, right after that, will lose one wheel from the ice. And now what? I don't think anyone has been in this situation. I am not sure. I'm not sure if Bren has failed it this way either. At least I haven't seen. But it does seem like we have the dirt part here, floor 10, right below. So Bren has failed it like this? Okay. So there is a pool over there you can probably get to. You can maybe get to the dirt here as well. You can go back and forth and land into the pool. That seems like the safest way. Restart the floor. Or do you actually get back up to the plastic. No need to drop anywhere. Okay, well, we'll see what Elcon decides to do. I mean, yeah, as long as you get the speed back up to the top of the half pipe, suppose that will be enough. Elcon, I suppose. Just checking in. Figuring out the strategies. Cam 7ing, seeing if there's anything, you know, that he's missing. It is a good idea to, you know, be careful in these new situations. Well, we'll line up 180 degrees here. We'll let Elcon do what Elcon wants to do. We'll go for this save here. So, feeling most comfortable, just going back. We'll land it. And we'll get to try this floor again. When you haven't tried every option, when you haven't tried any option, actually, you don't want to throw the runaway because you didn't account for some tiny little thing. So, going for what seems to be the least risky strategy, maybe. And now, back we go. Already on the pipe. Plenty of speed here. Releases the landing. Just going way too fast for the mapper speed checks here. And up we go. Sliding up, works again. Bad gear, but this time Elcon just goes for it, and this time it works just fine. It really doesn't seem like you need to care about the gears there too much. Now back to the pipes. First landing works, and then into the pool. Releases a little bit, but it's barely enough. Good setup from Elcon. Then to the ice spin. No hesitation. Gets the line, and every single time there's no problem at all. We're back. It's not just Elcon is getting the ice spin, it's that Elcon is landing it super clean, like so far as well. Plastic landing works. We're back to the half pipes. If anything, Elcon maybe needs to be careful about not jumping too far with the 360 butt. Now we are back to the half pipe. This time goes much better. The landing dead center on the plastic. This should make it all the way to the end. bouncing, landing, Elcon will get to floor 11. Here we go. In a couple runs to this point, Elcon shares the world record with Bren currently. Bren has been doing some science on the final trick that hasn't been cleared on this floor. Not the final trick of floor 11, but the final... the one part in the middle that no one has gotten so far. A bit of a slow jump maybe, or maybe we're just floating because we're spectating. Hard to tell. Elcon, oh, doesn't get this landing on the snow. It's not savable, unfortunately. Elcon, a little bit too slow for this landing there. And unfortunately, this line will make Elcon fall all the way to the ground. Back we go. Have to wonder if the jump just straight forward will be Elcon's next solution. This sideways landing looks a little bit scary, but Elcon, the pro player out of us, so has done this before though. Has done that landing before, so unfortunate, but Timo with some new flip strat here. Maybe Elcon can pick this one up as a speedrun strategy. Could be something new you can start learning. Well, Elcon, first floor 11 of the session. Elcon only started playing like an hour ago, so unfortunate for Simo here. Might land to the bobsleigh. We'll be able to. Floor 5. Back we go. So yeah, Elcon's session still in the very beginning, so we'll call this warm-up run. We'll just get some new floor 11 attempts going. The night is young. Yeah, Simo on a 2-hour run took a pretty long break, I think, on this run as well. Going for this new setup here. Against the wall here. Seems to work just fine. Timo's only played 9 hours today. Only. Timo has... We're on day 10 and Timo has like over 100 hours time on the plugin right now. Strong mindset. I will probably switch to virtual if virtual gets close to floor 11. Not before that. But good news. Virtual is streaming. So if you want to follow that journey through the earlier floors, you can find that on Twitch and YouTube. Virtual is not on the server, so I cannot look at virtual, not as you can see, not on the left side bar. So virtual is playing in solo, still streaming, so the stream is the only way to spectate that run. No, yeah, like floor 6 runs just like even 4 days ago were like pretty good runs, right? This is like, you know, a good run for Simo. If we're on like day 6. But now it's kind of like, okay, well, we're just kind of vibing here, you know, there's not too much to talk about here, because these floors have been cleared so many times at this point. It's really just like a pretty normal, sort of casual start to a run. Of course, like, it's unbelievably difficult to get to this point, but when these players are getting to floor 7 as often as they are, you know, it's not something to get too hyped about these floors here, even though, you know, only a few people still have made it all the way up here, so still extremely impressive, of course, but in comparison to what these players have been able to do, like Simo has been to floor 10 as well. Not quite matching the same achievement yet. Simo could get some very nice runs going though. Was having a pretty good run earlier already, but then fell down from floor 9. Lars also on the server, by the way. Another player. Hello. Are most of these jumps doable for kinda new players if practiced? Most likely not. Like, it looks so casual, like, for example, the previous trick, like, turning around on the quarter pipe, and landing down and getting the speed, and then just pressing forward. But the thing is that if you are even a little bit off with the timing on the turnaround, you will have too much grip and you will run into the right side wall. If you're too late, you will lose grip too early, and you will not get the turnaround at all, and you will land sideways. So, like, they make it look easy, because these are the best players in the game. But, like, when you try them yourself, you understand how many dozens of issues every single one of these tricks really has. It's hard to, like, understand when you see someone do something correctly, you miss the context of how many ways it can be done incorrectly. So that's something that's hard to kind of get a read on. So I would just kind of trust that these are much harder tricks than they look. Good question, Goda. Maybe they do. Duck jump, it's here. I'm from Finland, Moshi. I have like 5,000 hours in this game, and I wouldn't get very far on this map. No, it's like, I think it's pretty understandable to look at these tricks and, like, feel like they are not that hard. I think that's what it looks like. So that's, you know, the read that people get. And it's completely normal. But it's good to remember that this is one of the games where you truly miss the context of how many things can go wrong. And I mean, we see things go wrong a lot, right? But we only see the end result. It's like, you know, you make the jump, nice, you did the right thing. And then you don't make the jump, ooh, you did the wrong thing, right? But, like, it's not like that in reality, right? There's, like, so many inputs, so many timings that you need to care about. So there's, in reality, it's like everything is sort of formed out of these small pieces, all of which need to fit together for you to make the next section work. Like this trick, for example, there's so much you need to think about. The line, the inputs when you get to the quarter pipe, the loss of grip when you hit the water, the release, everything, and everything here makes it so much more difficult. Simo barely able to get to the water here. So And most beginner players do 99% of tricks by pure chance, 1 out of 10 attempts? No. Floor 0, I've heard, is fairly doable for most players. Simo might barely land this. Yeah, it will actually work pretty well. Nicely done. So floor 0, you can try it floor 0. There's a lot less sort of specific tricks over there. But when you get to floor 1, ice slide, that's usually where it starts, you know. You kind of start realizing how difficult this is. Because that's still like, that's a very easy trick in the context of this map. Like at this point, when these players are, you know, streaming and they're doing floor 1, I can tell you that they are probably not even watching their monitor anymore. They're just kind of looking at chat and just kind of like doing automatically these ice slides and everything else. So it's a different experience. Timo, slow method here. Turbo pushes a little bit to the side. We'll just need to be careful not to go too fast there, and it works out. Or 8, potentially. Double jumps. Let's see now. How can I practice so I can do all of this, or is it just pure experience and playtime? Honestly, as a new player, I think setting your goal to finishing this map, which less than 10 people might ever finish, is unrealistic. Oh, Timo, clean landing. I would recommend that if you're like new to Trackmania, you set your goals to something a little bit easier. At least first. Like, I'm not saying that you will never finish the map, because, of course, like, these players also started from 0 at some point, right? They also had their first day at Trackmania at one point. But there are 2 other maps that are easier. One of them is called Bennett VOD 8 My Checkpoints. If you search for like Bennett VOD, you can find that. That was the first one these guys did. So the first kind of tower map that they built. That is significantly easier, and there's a checkpoint version of this map as well. That should be fairly doable with a little bit of grind. Then, you can also play the Deep Dip 1 with checkpoints. And then, like, eventually, if you feel ready, you could try this map with checkpoints when the checkpoint version is released after the competition. And then you can maybe try this map without checkpoints, just like these guys are playing it. But don't set your target onto this map right here. Simo here, Simo 900, is a trial player legend. One of the greatest khaki players in the world. Regarded as one of the most mechanically skilled players on a lot of these tricks. Of course, Simo has weak points, like ice, but this turtle stuff that you do on floor 8, for example, that is Simo's territory. And Simo has 100+ hours on this map so far. Has reached floor 10 out of 16. Virtual floor 10, thank you. We can check in on that in a moment. So Simo is here. Let me check in. Yes, virtual 10, thank you guys. Wait, hold on. Did I understand correctly? Is virtual on floor 10? Can anyone confirm? I missed information on this topic. Virtual 10? I still don't understand. Yes, yes, he is. Okay. Okay. It sounds like Virtual is on floor 10. If I'm understanding correctly, I seem to have spotted something like that. Virtual just reached floor 16. Okay, that's new. That's new. Alright then. I'll keep Virtual on check, but Virtual has made it to the ice spin. So I'll give Virtual a little bit of space here. I'll keep tabs on it though. We will follow Semaphore now. As Virtual is not on the server, so we need to throw the virtual stream on the screen to follow that at all. So we're gonna give Virtual some space. If you want to follow that, Virtual, of course, I'm sure you all know, is also streaming on Twitch. Found a secret reactor, he's now in goal. Oh, nice. Congratulations for winning the competition, Virtual. A good job. Here we go then. Simon. Towards 4-9. Thank you, Lays. Appreciate it. These turtles have not been a problem for Simo. Has done way harder turtles on this map that were not intentional from the mappers, but let's see still. You still need to do this, and when you have to do it 100 times, it's of course always possible to accidentally do something wrong. These have not been easy steps for other players, but Simo casually, carefully going through, no problem whatsoever. Simo checks email on this part. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Okay. Virtual also making progress on floor 10. Heading up. I'll keep an eye on that, but it's a bit sketchy when it's not on the server, so I'll just try to keep tabs on it. But Simo here will make it through the final jump of floor 8. Now just the uphill, and another floor 9 attempt is there. Simo has been getting really consistent on these earlier floors. Honestly, like yesterday, I think Simo got to floor 9 maybe 5 times. This is already the second time today on this session that we've seen. So I think the key for Simo, even if that experience might be lacking on floor 10 ice things, the key for Simo might be getting there often enough to learn those. And gets the turbo landing as well. Very solid. Struggled with a couple jumps here. The second last quarter pipe section, which everyone struggles with, to be fair. But also the second pole landing, the high jump in the middle. Still a couple tricks to do before Simo gets to that. The line up here looks clean. Wants to make sure that the car is going exactly straight. To get the safe landing onto turbo. Simo gets it. I will check in with Virtual's experience. Oh, Virtual actually seems to have made... Well, no. I think Virtual watching Brent's VOD actually. Not yet, very far. We will keep eyes on Simo. It's like I open Virtual stream again, and Virtual is I'm like, oh, Virtual already on the half pipe. So no, Virtual is just watching watching the VOD. But I think Virtual is still not even on the 360. Going now, but not that far just yet. Has made these sections before. We will jump in when when Virtual gets to the spin. On floor 12 already, go look fast. Hi Mo. Simo here. This is the jump that Simo has struggled with. Not getting enough speed for the high jump, or in the previous attempt's case, not getting enough speed for the actual like landing here. So last time missed out on this landing, fell all the way down, and has struggled landing into this platform right here a couple times. So Simo needs to figure out the line here, needs to be able to do that. Virtual at 360. Let's see now. Probably going to relax a little bit before attempting it. I have it here. I can switch to it when necessary, but I think Virtual will probably... Okay, let's see it. So Virtual, trying out the 360 here, in solo, goes for it, gets it as well. That is very well done from Virtual. Good progress. We shall see if Virtual can maybe make it to floor 11 as well. Virtual, very good ice player, of course. Knows how to do these kinds of tricks. But not chaining this section. Stopping here. Simo also going right now. Elkon's run ended on... I don't know how to describe the floor 11 parts because they all look the same. But, like, 4 jumps in on floor 11. Okay, Virtual has made it now. Through the uphill. Let's check how the half-pipe attempt goes. We'll probably set the car, park it here. What, Virtual is close to 11? Wait, hold on. What? Where is that happening? Where can I watch that? Drying the wheels. This landing is very tricky, actually. Virtual probably knows how to take the speed here. Simo has made the landing as well, by the way, in the meantime. Virtual on floor 10 here. Trying to get the landing onto the plastic. Makes it. Virtual very close to becoming the next player to get these half pipes, but needs to get the strategies right. We saw Elcon fail this once and get it once today. Virtual, a little bit of investigation. Simo right now trying the half pipe, the quarter pipes. I can actually see it when I alt tab. So Simo making the landing as well. That's my double screen setup. Alt tabbing. Let's see then. Virtual going. Trying out. Turning around. Looks to be clean. In the center. And now just the landing onto the plastic. Seems to be a little bit to the left side, but possible to correct. Now small wiggles to gain any extra speed. And Virtual will become the next floor 11 player. Joining the ranks of Elcon and Bren. Very nicely done from Virtual. Now has a lot of information to start getting these next few parts through. Elcon and Bren have been doing a lot of work figuring out exactly how these early jumps go. The half pipe that we see, the plastic half pipe over there in the distance, that is what hasn't been cleared just yet. that is indeed top 3 run. Virtual, I think Virtual's first time entering the top 3 actually. So it's a big showcase for anyone who was earlier doubting Virtual when some players were on floor 9, Virtual maybe still trying to get the floor 7 things down. Suddenly, Virtual is on floor 11. We'll see if Simo can now get a second try onto floor 10. So Virtual still just checking out strategies. Probably needs to relax a little bit after getting those final jumps. Very nicely done. Simo has actually made it in the meantime. We exactly missed it. But it's okay. Simo's second attempt now, floor 10. Now, Simo, as we've said multiple times before, not really an ice player, right? But let's see how these go. Simo failed this ice in the very beginning. I'm hearing that Simo is on floor 10. Is this correct? Any confirmation? Taking it very carefully. I think Simo is floor 10. No confirmation, I understand. Simo, floor 10, I'm hearing. Okay, thank you guys. So last time what Simo did essentially was just being far too slow. Far too slow for this first jump. Slowing down too much on the ice. So didn't clear this first uphill. I think you can sort of feel the inexperience on this ice surface for Simo when the intuition just doesn't seem to be there for these kinds of like ice hills. Like, okay, how much speed do I need? How do I clear this kind of an obstacle? What proof do we have? Yeah, I don't know. Simo even playing Trackmania right now? Let's see now. Going backwards. Taking the speed. Just thinking about the line, I suppose. Probably wants to get like a very precise setup here. I think Simo knows that this is probably not gonna clear the entire level, but it will be a new personal best for Simo. Gets to the dirt. So, already a new PB. Can get to investigate the next part here. Virtual watching Brent's VODs, checking strats that Virtual does not need to worry about right now. I believe. I would imagine that Virtual probably fine doing the first few parts before trying to do the world record jump. So we'll keep tabs on Virtual's floor 11 attempt there. But probably will first get a feel for the entire floor. That can be a good strategy. Kind of like really looking what's ahead of him. Large climbing as well. Have close to floor 7 now. Elkhorn starting to climb again from the bottom. Simo definitely has seen the strategies at this point. Virtual still watching. Don't worry, that's not Virtual falling. Virtual still watching bots. Just checking in. Need to be very careful with this. Never know. Never know who's watching what, you know? At one point, I was watching Virtual, watch me watch Elcon. So, you know, we need to be focused, alright? Could be Simo's first dirt zoop ever. I'm trying to think if there's any khaki map where you need this. The closest I can think of is the sand zoop map that Techie built once. But yeah. Simo probably knows the inputs. So there's two ways you can do this. Either just accelerate and turn to the right. Or you can also brake tap. I'm not sure if the brake tap is necessary here. Simo, trying it out. Oh, already going for it with very little speed, and you kind of see the inexperience. It's a very fortunate landing. It's about halfway through floor 9, so this landing on this beam, not so bad at all. So, Simo, wait, why do you... Simo? You're... Simo, you're... But, Simo, you're... Simo... the beam... But the... Okay, well, Simo will go back to the beginning of the floor, probably realizing now. Probably knows. I think Simo knows. Virtual is still watching Brenwatch, so no worries here. Gets further away from the ice, that is true. Said practice? Okay, fair enough. Oh, there we go. Alright. Wait, did Simo say practice? Can anyone confirm? No, I do appreciate the updates, guys. Back to the turbo. Thank you. Thank you, my informants in the chat. Switching to Swedish. Wow, the strategies. God damn it. Have and Lars on floor 6 right now. Well, Simo almost back to the beam now. Straight line to the turbo. This is savable, though a little unfortunate. Makes it. And gets the beam. Don't jump off now. Just keep going. We'll continue making way through this floor. Going for the circle strategy here to get speed. Landing here. A little bit on the edge again, but Simo still consistent on this. Would you also like updates on the current OSU and Rocket League tournaments? I'm good, thank you. Sorry, a lot to follow. Let's see if Simo now gets the speed here. Seems to be feeling better about this jump as well. Clearing it twice in a row now. Now getting closer to the quarter pipes. Virtual maybe switching back to the game. I don't know. We will look into that. Do the turbo. Simo going for the known drift line, and it works just fine. We shall see. also hearing that Extreme Gnome has gotten 89 cooking on old school RuneScape. A good progress being reached there as well. Simo now, 229, that should be enough speed if the line is good, and manages to get it yet again. One step closer to another try on floor 10, and Simo will need all of those attempts. Virtual is indeed driving, but will unfortunately not make this landing here. Might land to the ice here on floor 10, but it goes right down the hole. Now, in all fairness, landing onto this ice with that much speed from the gravity is unlikely to be a save anyway, so I don't think the hole doing too much there, to be honest. So Virtual probably was not gonna get a lucky landing there anyway onto floor 10. Would have been very, very lucky to get that landing. But very good progress for Virtual, taking the top 3 spots right now. As Simo is back to floor 10 as we just switched through. And we have another try. Simo getting better and better here. Third try now on floor 10. Thank you for the raid, Izzy B. Hope your stream went well. Simo, a bit more confident than last time. Jumping, getting through the first ice. Now for the second time, and this dirt zoop. That is the next obstacle to clear. Close to a personal best here, but seems to be very new to this technique. Getting icy wheels, then just turning. Sounds so simple, right? But if you haven't done it before, it can be very surprising how much momentum you actually gain from it. Hello, Twist. Just the top 3 run. It was very solid. Did go well? Nice. Ended the stream by trying deep dip, got to the ice turn and failed. Very similar story to others as well. That is usually where it gets one step harder, for sure. Have you taken any day off? Look, Deep Dip 2 doesn't take days off, alright? And I'm doing important documentation. Taking the speed backwards, Simo probably has watched a couple more clips here. Trying to figure out the inputs. Simo, very methodical player, has probably seen the strategies here. Goes a little bit higher than last time, gets a little bit more icy wheels, then the turn. It's a bit too late, but this is recoverable. Now knows another way to fail this. And in we go. No, Simo. Unfortunate. Unfortunate mistake, but that was a lot better. That was a lot better. Simo actually showing some promise here, because like Roa said earlier, these could be Simo's first icy wheel dirt zoops that Simo has done. As an old school player, you don't really get to try these kinds of like new techniques that are very specific to this game that came out a couple years ago. Simo, getting very close. The line was right. Needed to probably straighten out the line a little bit earlier, but I think the speed was pretty close to enough. So, honestly, not looking too bad still. So, we'll see if Simo can start making the way back there. And let's remember that not everything on floor 10 is ice. There's also the pipe jumps, and those will probably be more familiar to Simo as well. So, the ice spin, obviously, apart from the half pipes, will be the final boss of this floor, and for someone who is not so familiar with ice techniques, that will obviously be a big choke point. But the progression seems pretty good. Getting to floor 10 for the third time, and always improving a little bit. So, if the consistency is there, if Simo can keep these runs going in, all the way to the floor 10, can make a little bit of progress, learn a little bit more from all of these attempts, and then eventually things start clicking, you start getting more consistent, and sure, you might sometimes fall, but you will make the clear at some point, and floor 11, once more, the old school stuff that Simo is very good at. So, don't count him out. Looking good. Putting in the hours. Putting in the practice on this map. Virtual is playing solo, not on the server, which is absolutely allowed, and is doing it for FPS reasons. Some players have less FPS on servers sometimes than others. In some cases, you can have triple FPS in solo compared to server. Lars, another player here to look out for. 1141 meters on the personal best. Getting those runs started. Same with Elcon. So Elcon did get to floor 11 already today on this session, but not quite to the world record distance. Getting those runs started. But Simo already close to floor 7. 2 hour 40-minute run, but was also AFK for quite a bit of this run, so not maybe entirely accurate timing. Very solid on these jumps right now. Deep Dip 2 falls with one of the top 6, right? Do you mean one of the current top 6? Probably. So, you can ignore Kubas from this list as well. Kubas has made it to floor 9, but Kubas is a mapper. So, this run we can just safely ignore. I actually wonder if they can remove the mappers from the leaderboards. That would be really good. I should post that suggestion because it is kind of misleading, and I don't want to explain this every single time. It would be good if maybe the mappers could play without the plugin or something instead, at least. So mappers not eligible for the prizes. Kubas also has playtested, to my understanding, so you know has a little bit of head start here as well. So, current order is that Elcon and Bren are tied in terms of progress on floor 11. Virtual is number 3. Lars... did Lars make it past the 360? I'm not sure if I heard that earlier. this morning or something. Someone knows, surely. Lars is one jump away from floor 11 according to his title. Okay, there we go. So has made it to the halfpipe. So then Lars is 4th, and Hazard is 5th, Simo 6th. That's the order. Virtual made it to floor 11 just before. And then it's gonna be, I don't know who Taz Hindsight is, but generally if you have a Taz in your name, I would be a bit skeptical of this being like a normal run that we should think about for more than 1 second. Scandier, Scrappy, Granati, Hugo, Tally, all on floor 8. Trying to make it towards floor 9. Maybe a landing? Oh, recovery will work, it seems. That was something. Timo is nearly on floor 8, by the way. Thank you for the update. Okay, we can we can stop this joke now. Was fun for a while. It's gonna start again anyway when Virtual gets on a good run, okay? It will happen again. So we can save it for that. Well, Timo back to floor 6 now, to the duck jump. Virtual's height might not be exactly accurate because of the not using plugin sometimes and sometimes using it, and you know. So Virtual floor 1. Thank you, Royval, for the update. Appreciate it. Okay, I will grab myself some hydration. Well, let's see Simo first clear this tricky plastic. Makes it work. I will be back in just a minute. Okay then. Timo, good progress, I see. Taking a very slow approach for this tunnel, and sometimes it works really nicely, but sometimes it's a bit scary. Time does work. Rude of Simo not to wait for me. Nah, it's fine. This is the easy stuff for Simo. Clearing these sections, no problem. Air brake on point. Just joined. What is this 3-hour run? We've been to floor 10 a couple times here. Maybe getting there again. Hopefully. The author time on the map is made with a plugin. Well, the map is validated in the sense that there are medal times on the map, because there need to be. The author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths, which means 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's not entirely arbitrary. They made a segmented run, clearing every floor individually, and then added about 25% to the combined time there. So, in other words, it is a 125% of the segmented full run. No one has cleared this, like, entire map as it is now, though. Only, like, individual floors. Timo, no problem on these turtle sections here. Driving upside down, if you haven't seen this before, you might be wondering why you even have to do that. The reason is that the quarter pipe that Simo has to flip onto is a little bit higher than the normal ground there. The problem is that if you aren't turtled, you will not be reaching that at all. You need to flip the car onto it with this method. Oh, here's another extra turtle that you don't need to do, Simo. No problem flipping it again. Oh, I'm sorry, Clips. Can you link it again? Can you show the fail from virtual? Someone linked it before. Probably a clip from virtual stream. Yeah, the mappers did the segmented run. Oh, here we are then. What is the test run? Please don't link any, like, full runs that have been played in the editor or something. Don't link any clips, any insight, any strategies of anything that the players haven't reached so far. Thanks, clips. Let me get it done. There we go, Timo. Lining up. Already going in. And ending. Let me quickly add this one. Wait, it's added. It is literally there. It is this emote that people are using. Clips. It was just named differently. You don't see it? Is that not the same emote? Good landing from Simon. Oh yeah, no worries. Back to the turtling. Not too much to talk about here, because Simo pretty good at this stuff. Waiting patiently. Works. Then over the second one. No problem. Really enjoy your commentary. Very chill. Thanks for the effort. No problem. Epic Mythos. That's why we're here. Hopefully, we can get another run going here. Jump looks clean. And will not fall off the edge. Let's see then. Another floor 9 attempt. Do you have any plans interviewing the mappers for more behind-the-scenes stuff? That would be really cool, yeah. I think it would be very nice. And even like during the competition, the people who built the earlier floors would be really cool. But I have limited time because I'm, you know, spending my whole day on this. So I'll see if I can get the chance to organize something. Simo. Turbo landing. Perfect. So, about the server FPS. Just real quick. Trackmania is a weird game. I have hosted many competitions myself. We've hosted our own servers. We've, you know, customized server tools to run different competitions. And the thing is that servers in this game are weird. Some players will be getting absolutely terrible FPS on a server when someone else is getting perfect FPS on a server. It's weird, it's very individual, and seemingly doesn't make sense and doesn't really have like a great solution. This is just how it's been for years, and this is how it probably will always be. So some people will have like very bad FPS on a server, and some people, regardless of their computers or network or whatever, will have no problems whatsoever. So trust me on that one. I am very familiar with this topic. Hi Corsic. Top 6 currently is as follows. Elcon and Bren trying to figure out the plastic half-pipe still. Or well, Bren seemed to have figured it out last time already, but didn't quite manage to get the correct landing into the pool. So Bren and Elcon still tied to the same section. And then Virtual, a bit earlier, made it to floor 11 as well. Couple jumps in. Lars has made it to the very final trick, the half pipes of floor 10. Hazard has made it to the ice spin of floor 10. And Simo has made it to the very first dirt part of floor 10. Let's see now. Yerwall, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you so much. Come on, back to the tricky part. Quarter pipe landing, looks pretty good. 31 speed, that's fine, and Simo perfect line. Seems to be getting much better with this line. Looking good. Then dropping here. Feels like Simo has been just farming floor 9 the past few days. Yeah, and like it's impressive how often Simo is getting here now. Looking very nice. And maybe getting to floor 10 yet again. The line needs to be correct here. Jumping up. It will turtle though. Simo tries to keep it going. Dies in the very middle. It's moving forwards. Now, what's gonna happen when the car hits this plastic? I don't know. Well, Simo presumably will keep this going. I don't know if it's really worth resetting the run. The car has default movement often when it falls upside down like this. Right now, as we can kind of tell, it's very slowly but surely moving forward, so entirely possible that eventually it falls off here. I don't know what's gonna happen when it hits the plastic though. Like, is the movement going to stop? That would mean the end of this run. But if it doesn't, then Simo will have a little bit of a break here. 15 minutes. Grab some food or something. We can check what's happening here. It was a good try. It was a good try though. Why is there default movement at all? Great question. Does anyone have any other questions? For the plastic. Well, it's still going. Oh no. Stepping up. The unstoppable force. Seems to work. Seems to work. And if it really works through this entire thing, Simo might be able to land here and keep going. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, if it still moves, then might just keep moving all the way through. Like, no other part will hit the plastic, right? Does it make it through the whole thing, though? Well, it's the slope, but the car is still moving. If it makes it over the plastic, then should be good. That would make sense, Tsafi, but I do think the car doesn't move on flat ground when it's, you know, normally standing there. I guess it's, you know, something about like how gravity affects the car this way or something similar. Like you can AFK on the start line on like a normal map. And it should stay there. But either way, this is the Trackmania mechanic. And I think Simo's good. I think this looks like it will work. Alright. Car is moving. Small drop here, I suppose. Some quality gameplay. Okay. And is it on the ground now? Yeah, okay. Well, still moving. Simo will get back eventually. Scrappy. 881 personal best. Maybe I've... Okay, maybe I've floor 8 attempt here. That was probably not the intentional strategy. But yeah, we've seen other players kinda, you know, just do whatever through that anyway. Scrappy, unfortunately, not making it through that. It looked pretty good. It looked like going on the beam was going to work, but no. Scrappy backs off the plastic, unfortunately, and it's all the way down. Not even stopping on floor 1. What do you think of Ixon's progress? Yeah, Ixon was top 3 on Deep 1. I mean, Ixon still, like, doing pretty well overall. Also waiting for the car to move into the pool, I suppose. Like, you know, 700 meters is still very solid. But it's hard to make conclusions because I don't know what Ixon's playtime currently is. So I'm not really sure, you know. I've seen some good progress from Ixon though, but maybe just hasn't been playing as much as the others. Certainly a very good player. Elcon still trying to get those runs started. This is day 10 now of Deep Dip. It was released last Friday. A little bit, you know, 2 hours earlier on last Friday. Or maybe 1 hour earlier, actually. So on the topic of discussing like the players and, you know, their progress and playstyles and such, I think considering it's, you know, the competition, I think it's completely normal that people will want to discuss like strategies and players and how they're doing and how they're progressing. But like in the topic of like virtual, for example, and why people choose to play in solo, like there are very well documented reasons why people would do that in Trackmania that I just explained a little bit earlier. So I'm hoping that... Oh, Elcon still wet wheels? I don't know if Elcon read those properly. Oh well. Yeah, like I'm fine with people discussing like strategies and you know, like how much the players are playing, yeah, and whether it's affecting them and stuff like this. As long as it doesn't get to like a deranged level where you think that you're like a #1 expert on that player's like everyday life, because you are not. So that's kind of the limit. In a competition like this, like the sustainability of the players and how they play and where they play makes a lot of sense, you know? And that will be also like a topic to discuss for sure. But there has to be like, you know, some common sense in that as well. We'll come finally back to floor 6. We can check on Simo. Still moving, I think. Still moving. Has been through these floors plenty of times. Lars also getting to floor 6, looking to get those first few good runs started today. Lars had a little bit of an off day 2 days ago, where really struggled getting through floor 7. Was that last night even? But did manage to get a little bit of progress on floor 10, getting through the ice spin today morning, as far as I know. So, looking good. We cannot check on Hefest, as Hefest has just left the server, unfortunately. Timo, still waiting. Elcon, falling down. Now this Lars, floor 6. Last night, yeah. It's hard to keep up the sort of consistent progress all the time. Brent said that at roughly floor 15, players like him, Elcon, and Hazard might go offline, off-stream until the final stream runs to not get joined by GPSing players. Yeah, like not revealing any strategies at all. Elcon falling down, unfortunately. Start another run. So yeah, that's what we were theorizing as well. Like it can happen that when we get close enough to even like floor 14, that a lot of players will just completely go radio silence. They will not stream. They will not play on the server. They will hide all of the strats just to maximize chances of winning, because if you figure something out, at that point, you know, it's a solo competition, and only your final finished run has to be streamed. Of course, in our case, you know, we're trying to document as much progress as possible. We're trying to, you know, make this stream as like well covered as possible in terms of like all the player progress and stuff. So if they start like not revealing anything at all, that's, you know, gonna be a little bit unfortunate for us, but I can't blame the players for going for the win, right? It's a lot of money. It's a lot of fame as well for winning Deep Dip 2, so sort of, you know, makes sense. Like, you know, I can say that for me, I would like to see those runs, but, you know, the players will follow the rules of the competition, and they will try to maximize the chances of winning. Can't really complain about that. It's a competition, first and foremost. Are you going to XP Evo? Not this year. Would you be interested in chatting with the top players if they start going offline for the last stretch? I don't think they would want to do interviews. I feel like at that point you just really go radio silence. I mean, it could be interesting, but at the same time, then they would just stream as well, right? There's a little bit off here. Turtled on the turbo. Can maybe keep it going. Yeah, the turbo actually pushes him too far. Oh, that is unfortunate for Lars. Even upside down, the turbo holds significant power. Well, Timo, it's been a journey. Brent said for him personally, what matters a lot is that someone who contributed a lot to Discovery wins. So Elcon or Hazard or himself. Okay. I mean, yeah, whoever clears the tower, like, deserves it, you know? Whoever is the first to clear the tower deserves it. But I understand that, you know, you want the people who made the discoveries to also be remembered for their very important runs. But I don't think there's any, like, danger of someone who like actually constantly lags behind actually winning, because once we start going to those higher floors, then, you know, whoever discovers the tricks first is probably going to be the one who wins as well. at the very least, you will do the final jump of the map as the first person to do it, right? So, it's something. Alright, pause. Simo's journey here. How is it going to continue? Why am I even pausing? It's still gonna take like a full minute. Hugo, on floor 6 right now. Yeah, Lars and Elcon still trying to get those runs started, honestly. Can we wait for Simo? Alright, let's just wait. Let's just wait. It's gonna speed up a lot. It's already speeding up. Hopefully Simo is on the computer. Is the car gonna flip over the right way? And it's gonna stay on the platform. Those are the two most interesting things. Hazard has saved this in pretty much exactly the same position before. Let's see. Simo is on the computer. Accelerating. And lands. Well done. Then for the recovery here. Has done this before as well. So over the side here. Onto the platform. Here we go. Back to floor 9. Simo's run currently 3 hours and 14 minutes, just about. So, we keep going. Speeding up to the turbo. Hopefully didn't forget how to play this game after all that waiting. Let's see. Final parts of floor 9 once more. Good call guessing 15 minutes. Was it actually 15 minutes? Hello, Stephanie. Simo, good landing. From me, it's 230. That is fine. And lands it. Simo getting really, really consistent on this. That was like the 4th time in a row now. And that is perhaps the most important part of this floor to nail. That is super, super important. Now, just this one. Another attempt. Lining to the side, and is it going to land? It lands. No 15-minute turtles. We are going back to the ramps. Simo, today, reached floor 10 for the first time. And now is on his way. I think it's the same run still. On his way to getting there for... No, actually, sorry. No, that is misinformation. Simo made it last night. But now has made it 3 times more. The jump works. And here we are. Yeah, Simo has 1 attempt from yesterday on this floor. But now for the 3rd time. Did get to the dirt soup and actually had a pretty decent attempt here. Simo not so familiar with the ice surface. More of an old school player that knows the classic stuff really well, like the floor 9 things, which is why those aren't looking to be a huge problem for this guy, but the ice things. Let's see. I feel like Simo is really trying to find consistent setups. Like pixel perfect setups. the exact inputs to clear these sections. The first one is working. Clearing that turn for the third time now. And got a pretty good attempt on the dirt here last time. Used to get the icy wheels. Then zooping to the side. Timo's skill set is almost the opposite to Elcon. Actually, Elcon has been struggling a lot on the turtle sections of floor 8, whereas Simo has been incredibly consistent on anything regarding turtle stuff on this map. So let's see now, taking the eyes, zooping in. Oh, the line a little bit to the side, but Simo makes it. Sideways landing, that works just fine. So, on this fourth floor 10 attempt, Simo making great progress, getting through the first part there. Now for the tricky ice slide around this section, and if you are good at ice, this shouldn't be a big problem, but if you're not super familiar with how ice sliding, and especially these kinds of low speed ice slides work, it could be difficult to time it right. You need to time it well before you're here, because this is a steep downhill. You have to start the ice slide inputs already when you first get through this turn here. So the timing might be surprisingly early, and if you time it late, you're going to fall off here, perhaps all the way down. You have to be clear on the strats. You have to know exactly when to start the input here. We'll see if Simo is able to do so. The rest of it, if you get through this, it should be okay. Just keep the ice slide going, couple brake taps, and this is where you can rest. So we'll give Simo a little bit of time to watch the clips there. I will switch back to that when Simo moves. We can tell it from the side, so no problem. Today's progress is that Elcon and Bren are still on the same jump on floor 11, trying to get the plastic half-pipe down. But Bren got a pretty good attempt at it, and it does seem like after, I think, 6 or 7 attempts total from these two players, we have finally understood how it needs to be done. You go upside down, flip onto the plastic, and fly into the pool on the far left side. But let's check if Simo is ready here, ready to go. Virtual also a little bit earlier managed to reach floor 11 as the third player to do so, and Lars is currently has a personal best in the very last half pipes just before floor 11, so more and more players getting to that point. Virtual got a couple jumps in, about 3 jumps in, and then fell all the way down. So Elcon and Bren maybe like 4 or 5 tricks ahead of Virtual right now. Hazard has been taking a break. Hazard has been playing a LAN, Trackmania LAN, in Paris for the weekend, as well as Skandir. Skandir who won the LAN, apparently, so we are waiting for them to get back to the grind this coming week. We've seen many types of first attempts at this ice slide. Some of them go perfectly, no problem at all. Some of them end up on floor gang. Inside of you are 2 ice slides. One of them takes you to the next pipe section, and the other one takes you to the bottom floor. You choose which one to feed or whatever. Let's go then. Simo, ready to try it out. Starting the ice slide a little bit late, and unfortunately just a slight bit too late to begin that. Very close attempt though, and through the wickedest plastic bounces, we go into floor 6 to the worst platform to fall on. But we have had some players make this jump. There is a recovery that you can potentially do, and that is that you take speed, you jump here, and you land on this penalty grass. Bug sliding, maybe on the landing, and then going to the water, and then you can continue from floor 5, close to floor 6. So that is the recovery. Good attempt. I feel like Simo will learn a lot from that attempt, so it's still a big run for Simo. Getting a little bit more experience, a little bit more information on every single attempt. We'll be able to try this whole thing out now. Still have so much yet to see. The crown at the top, barely visible from this height. But getting these floor 10 sections, that's the next step here. See if Simo can do this recovery. There's really nothing else. I don't think I've seen any. So Simo tries to go for the landing. Oh, it's a little bit off. It's very, very dicey. And back to floor 3 we go. Well, I suppose, you know, it's one place to continue. 3.5 hours in, so on this run, I suppose the run will ultimately continue. Well, back to the pool, and time to climb again. Very good progress. Of course, there's still the ice spin left on floor 10 as well. Oh, Giuliano gets the slowdown here. Ends up in the pool where Simo just tried to land and be able to jump down to floor 5. Hugo doing some floor 6 runs as well. Brennan and Elcon, yeah, they have failed the same jump, but Bren has gotten closer to clearing it. And Bren, with a lot of different strategies, tried to do a press forward strat, didn't work. Tried to do a press forward and right strat, didn't work. I really thought that there would be a consistent setup. Whoops, I alt-tabbed by accident. Hold on. But it didn't seem... Oh, I think Simo's run finally over. 3.5 hour run. It will eventually end. Well, time to start a new one, I guess. So, on right here. This is the jump. So, Bren tried to find a strat here, tried 4 times, maybe 5 times even. Tried all kinds of different plastic wall hugs here. Didn't really find anything, and ultimately, what Elcon first tried when Elcon got here ended up being the most promising strategy. So you just drive down, you flip the car off of here, you land into this wall right, and then this wall right flips the car upside down, you land into the plastic upside down, and then the car will just roll through and hopefully jumps into the pool. Bren almost made it, hitting this block here and falling down. So that seems to be the strategy. Who knows how consistent these guys will be able to make it. It could be that there is still a setup that ends up working a little bit better, but at this point I feel like when Bren has found something that we can confirm can work, maybe it's not the best strat, maybe it's not the only strat, but it at least will get you to the pool. I feel like that's what the players will go for at this time. Maybe eventually someone else will find some other strategy as well, or maybe this is truly the best one. We'll wait and see. Hello, Beck. We've been here for about 6.5 hours soon. I'm doing just fine. What about you? So I said, yeah, the mapper said that he got it 10 times in a row. It could just be like a very well practiced, kind of like eyeballed line, you know? It doesn't mean that there's like a super easy setup. It could just mean that there's a consistent setup that requires a little bit of experience. But yeah. No, yeah, the pool didn't seem like the target there. I think they were aiming for the platform up ahead. But yeah, the pool does seem like it's ultimately going to be the target. How long do you think it will take to reach the finish line, considering how slow progress is made the last few days? Looks to me it will exceed a month. Currently, it kind of looks like it will not take at least less than 3 weeks. But it's difficult to say because sometimes we do have one player who just gets to a new floor, clears like 2/3 of it immediately, right? So the difficulty might be more in like specific tricks rather than like full floors. And if that's the case for some floor ahead, then it might be like a little bit faster. Oh, Hugo. That's gonna go all the way down. Might be faster to figure out some floors like that. Why do you think the top players are still having some issues at consistently clearing the first 6 or 7 floors? They're hard. It's hard. That's why. Like, this stuff is seriously difficult. That's the reason. They just make it look so easy. But like, one mistake, you're down to the beginning. It looks very clean as long as that one mistake doesn't happen. But like, a good thing to remember is that, like, if Elcon presses the wrong key there, at the wrong time there, the jump fails, right? It's just that he's so good that he doesn't. But eventually, when you do, you know, when you need to chain like 300 tricks in a row, eventually you will do that one missed input, right? One missed timing. It's just gonna happen. Unless you're Simo, then the run continues. Yeah. 3.5 hour run, which has ended now though. Well, technically hasn't, but I don't know how much hope this run has right now. Just don't press the wrong buttons, yeah. Just get all the timings correctly. Floor 2 is seriously, yeah. I haven't tried it, but I can tell that those jumps are seriously difficult. Virtual is not on the server, so... yeah. I might switch to that on floor 11 attempts, but not before. Mainly following the server players. 95% of Dipper quit right before hitting their new PB, that's true, yeah. Elcon having some trouble with this strategy. I'm not sure why Elcon switched it. Seems to be having a lot more trouble with this common strat than the other one. Maybe there was a land bug. Looked interesting. Not really sure what Elcon wants to do here. Just wants to look around, I guess. Maybe wanting to get up the bobsleigh to be able to, you know, get a read on this, but no. Well. Oh, savable. You can maybe unturtle this. This is one of the more interesting saves we have seen, if this works. Oh, wants to time it off the ramp? Clever! Wow, clever. Good player. Many players being added, that's true. A couple, well, no, it's only one actually. Two, I suppose. 2 players whitelisted. I'm not really sure if we're really missing any like top players from the server though. But you know, maybe there's some surprising names. That could be joining. Yannick was already on the server, but has focused on Zealand instead. Did make some nice progress in the first day. First 2 days maybe. But yeah. Zealand is a pretty big commitment, I suppose. Could be Worrell, yeah, could be Worrell. True. That's one of the names. Definitely might happen. I don't think Zealand has Trackmania. But Yannick has been playing Zealand for a long time, I think. When, you know, I mean, you can just list like TMGL players, but I'm not really sure. Interesting bounce from Malcolm. Works. Still going for the slow setup. Seems like. I mean, it works. It works. Ooh, carry jump. It is a little bit faster to set up, so it's fair enough. Might also be a little bit like confusing for your muscle memory, so you might be more prone to make mistakes when you switch a strategy that you've been using for so long. You might accidentally kind of bring your muscle memory from the previous trick like halfway through it, so it can be like a little bit shaky in the beginning, but maybe, you know, it'll get better and better. Oh, And sit still. No, yeah, of course, the map is not for everyone. It's not simply like, you know, you're good at Trackmania, you play this map. There's a specific skill set and a specific sort of preference as well. Wait, hold on. Is that Sardosh joining the server? Or is this someone else? Sardosh is like a big French streamer, not really a Trackmania player. Oh, it is Sardosh. I helped. There was a Zerator Shoot Mania thing once, and I was helping Sardosh learn Shoot Mania a little bit at the time. Elcon, fortunate. Getting this landing. This turbo save can be a little bit scary. You missed the line. Yeah, Elcon just cruising on these early floors. Not really early for anyone but these top guys, but you know. The thing is that, like, if you're not on the level of these guys, it's just gonna be like floor 0 and floor 1 for you. So, I think a lot of newer players, even if they're active streamers, might just, you know, skip this one just because it's so tough to make progress, and not everyone will really, you know, be interested in that kind of like a endless experience. Yeah, apparently there's like an easy deep dip map as well. Oh, Elcon. Savable. Good reactions from Elcon. I didn't really hear much about the like easy deep dip thing, but it's a cool idea. I didn't hear, for example, that it would be from the same mappers. The only thing I've heard is that Virtual apparently has said that there will be some easy map. That's the extent of my knowledge here. That there will be an easy map. Regards Virtual. So we'll keep you posted. Oh, there's the tweet. I can check that out in a moment. You think that it's good? Yeah, sure. Because, you know, this map is kinda inaccessible for most players, apart from the first floor. And maybe some parts of floor 1. So, you know, I guess some people might feel a little bit left out as players, because they can't really get very far on this map, so something easier, you know, kind of makes sense. Definitely not a bad thing. More maps is good. Lars leaving the server, maybe taking a break. The checkpoints will definitely help. I don't think beginners will still be able to do some of these things like ice spins. I feel like learning ice spins on a map like this, whether it's with checkpoints or not, is just, that's not something that the beginner player is really going to do. Depends on the, you know, definition of beginner, I suppose, but Yeah, if you are new to Trackmania, just do yourself a favor. There are many easier challenges that you can get. There's, for example, the Bennett VOD map that was released as the first tower experience, which is much more accessible. Doesn't have ice bins, for example. So that can be something to try out. Do you recommend this as the first map to learning Trackmania? I feel like I just answered this question, didn't I? Like, I was just kind of explaining it. You can try it out. I don't know how good of a time you will have, Alcon. Very close. Is it gonna land here? Barely. Oh, a bit turtled, but this will bounce around. For a moment at least. Oh, this looks rough. Somehow stabilized. Well, it will fall off to the other side here. Is there anything at all? Maybe floor 4. Turtle save. Onto the wall here. Oh. Maybe just falling down. Uh-huh, works. This is not the training map for Trackmania beginners, no. Yeah, the ice slide on floor 1, like, that's pretty hard already. So, and these guys are doing it as like one of the easier parts of the run, for sure. Bueno, Poncho, thank you so much for the prime. Much appreciated. A guy come into the public server a couple days ago and say, guys, this is my first day playing Trackmania and I'm on floor 3. Is that good? Yeah. Sure thing. I also learned turtling on my first day of Trackmania. I mean, yeah, we actually have a player, I suppose, on the server who, you know, could be that perspective. Sardosh has been playing Trackmania. Definitely not new to it, has been playing some, you know, Zerator streaming competitions and such. Definitely not, you know, new to the game, but also definitely not on the level of these top guys, right? Nowhere close, right? So this is kind of like, this gives perspective. So maybe that's really all we need. Alcon, similar story though. Many great runners starting off here. Hugo has a good PB. Might be getting to those floor 8 turtle parts pretty soon. Yeah, like a regular sort of player of Trackmania. Plays like occasionally, you know. Please tell this L conduit to be 10% safer. The thing is that I think Elcon kind of just like goes into the zone and plays with his own playstyle. Like it's easy to say like, oh, he failed because of that risk, but like we don't know how well he would handle this grind mentally if he wasn't playing on his own playstyle. That's the thing that we need to remember, that these guys, some of these guys have been playing for 100 hours in the last 10 days combined. So like you have to feel like you're having fun. You have to kind of like vibe with the map, you know? It's not sustainable otherwise. So maybe it's part of the process. It's easy to watch and say like, oh well, if he did this thing different, then that would have been landing. But there's more to it. Like these guys know. They understand. They ask themselves these questions all the time. Should I play safer? Should I try to line up this more? Can I afford to push this as much as I am? And they are the best players in the world. So we will let them do those decisions. And I'm not saying that they always make the right decision, but they will definitely know... They will definitely be the most qualified people to make that decision. Carlberg, also grinding, has a pretty interesting line on the grass uphill. Let's see if Carlberg can get to that point. Yeah, I'm also very interested in seeing Scandier. Is it true floor 16 took 66 hours to validate? Probably not. Who said that? Source, I made it up. Hello GD. Is there a way to see all your master medals on the new shoot mini campaign somewhere? Yeah, I highlighted the streams. They're somewhere on my highlights on Twitch. Glad you're enjoying it. Good to see you. The event will go on for as long as we have not yet had 3 people finish this map. Oh, what's the perspective guy? Sure. We can. We can't. The perspective guy not playing. Spectating, apparently. Watching others. Took about 30 minutes and already going on the sideline. No, I'm sure Sart can get to floor 2 at least. Sweden on top, that's true. Both Karlberg and Hugo. How do you validate the map in Trackmania? So you simply just drive it from start to end. You essentially prove that the map is finishable, and that's the validation. However, there's another way that people do as well, and that is to use a plugin. You can enter whatever time you want to enter, and then that will be the validation time. That is how this map is validated. They've just entered the time, but it's not an arbitrary time that they've put in. They have finished every single floor individually, and then they've added about 25% to the total time, and that is the author time. These days, it's very common when you build like even a normal map to validate with the plugin, just because you might want to make changes after you've already like driven your validation run, you might change something in the decoration of the map and such. So it's nice to have the plugin so you don't need to like drive the validation run again. Usually mappers will add the validation run, or oftentimes. Yeah, exactly what Magpie Labs is saying here. Usually, or often at least, mappers will want to validate the run that they get, the best run that you get, and they put it as like a ghost that the players can watch on the map. So when you put it as the ghost, that again invalidates the validation. So then you just add it again with the plugin and you can have the ghost that is the exact validation time as well. If that makes sense. Author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. Really fun and informative stream, loving it. I'm glad to hear that. Good to have you here, Lepetra. So, yeah, I'm waiting for Carlberg to get to this point, because Carlberg, to what I've seen, is the only player doing a very unique strat here, but currently Carlberg still AFK, it seems. You going for the dry wheel double drift strategy. Grass uphill, pretty strong compared to the car. It's a very steep uphill, so just driving uphill is not that simple. Some players are doing it. Carlberg is, not Carlberg, but Elcon is doing it, and Granadi has been doing it. But it's not so simple. It's very risky because you need to take speed from the pool, and when you take speed from the pool, the wet wheels will not have enough time to disappear, so you will have water on the wheels, and if you make any kind of a mistake, you are most likely to end your run there, because when you start falling back the hill with the wet wheels, you probably will not be able to recover from it, because it makes the car even more slippery and you're just gone. So it's very risky, it's faster, it's a little bit easier to set up. In some cases, maybe in some players' cases, but yeah. We can check Elcon when he gets there. It looks stupid easy, but it requires a very precise line. You have to be very, very, very confident in what you're doing. Here is the sort of regular player sort of reference, right? And like, it looks, when we compare it to these top players, right? It kind of looks silly, yeah? But like, I can promise you that if you are new to Trackmania, like if you're a complete beginner, your experience will probably not be even this good. It will not be this good, because Sard has been playing, you know... Yeah, this is Sardush. Has been playing Trackmania still. Essentially like a casual reference. You are not a complete beginner, Jalets. So yeah, like, even these early things here are not so simple. Yeah, like, Sard definitely not like a complete beginner, so, like, I'm only showing this for the people who are kind of thinking like, oh well, this looks really easy, I could do that. Like, you can't. Like, the game just looks easy when the pro players are making it look easy. But that's not to discourage anyone from picking up this game. You can absolutely enjoy Trackmania even from the very beginning, but maybe not on a map like this. Though, you know, if you want to take the first floor on, like, go for it. Like, I'm not gonna stop you, how would I? Just saying that it is, you know, probably not the one thing that you will enjoy here when you first begin playing Trackmania. For most beginners, it will not be. saw a guy deadlift 800 pounds once. I can do. Yeah, that's it. Both a game to try, can't get past the first couple jumps. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the experience. Now, if you are a beginner and you are new to the game and you want to get into Trackmania, I can plug a campaign that I built last year. It's been very well received by new players, and it is designed to be very diverse, explore all kinds of different styles and techniques in the game. If you search for SB Villa campaign, feel free to try it out. It's an insane campaign. Yo, monkey. Appreciate it. Not so many people got the challenge times there, which can be a pretty good achievement as well. But that's, again, you will probably not do that as a beginner. They're very hard, but you don't need to worry about those times. Getting even gold medals will be a very good achievement. I'll pick the geometry dash comparison again, but it's like launching the game for the first time and thinking you can complete the top 1 hardest level ever created. Yeah, I mean, it looks so simple, but to be honest, like, when I watch Geometry Dash, like, I'm like, alright, no thanks. Like, it actually looks very ridiculous, the timings you need to get, and I don't know almost anything about the game. I don't know if there's like a trial map difficulty tier list for this game. For TMNF. Are there also RPGs for beginners? Yes, for sure. But I don't really play the style too much, so I don't really have a good recommendation. Hugo, unfortunate line there. Back to the start we go. Elcon climbing here, but still ways to go. Does the campaign even teach 360s and turtles and backwards? No. You will not learn ice spins on my campaign, that is for sure. But I can recommend good ice spin maps if you want to learn those. There's for example, Burly Pug has a map called Spinach, which is a 40-second map or so, and it has like 9 ice spins in 40 seconds. So if you want to learn ice spins, there you go. Timo can maybe boot that up at some point. Played that campaign, was really awesome. I'm glad to hear. I've heard from like day 1 players that they also were able to like learn a lot on that campaign, so that is kind of what I wanted to do as well, so it's really nice to hear. Are most of the players playing with keyboard or controller? It really depends. We have actually a surprising amount of keyboard players at the top of this map. Elcon, keyboard player. Hazard, keyboard player. Simo, keyboard player. But then there are also... Virtual, I don't know what Virtual is using right now. Actually, might be using analog keyboard or something. I'm not really sure what that is. Maybe using all kinds of Virtuals is on keyboard? Okay, fair enough. So yeah, a lot of keyboard players. Controller is better for some things. But I think on this map it's kind of not really important which one you play with. In many styles there is like a controller dominance, and then for example there's like other cars in this game as well that have been released in the recent months that are kind of like, you know, pretty small thing, but there are some players who are very good with the 2 other cars, the rally car and the snow car, and those are very analog favored. So we have like wheel players that are super, super good on those. And keyboard is pretty mudded on those cars. Threat of Ariadne, yeah. I've actually had some players who played Threat of Ariadne as their first ever map and were able to finish it within an hour. It's usually a 20-minute map, more or less, so seems to be a pretty accessible map too. Spinach is not a good spin map? Okay, fair enough. It might be a bit outdated. It's probably not... It's not built for this patch, right? It's built for an earlier ice patch. Yeah, exactly. It's broken. Oh well. Who's gonna play it anyway? Surely someone will, you know, find some other spin maps as well. Elcon. Still not getting those runs through. Still kind of waiting. Trying to get those through to floor 8. What are the transparent blocks all about? Do they do anything? Do you mean the glass blocks, maybe? Like the glass walls? I suppose you mean like at the end of floor 6, for example, when you can save. If I find one real quick. Or for example, here, these blocks, yeah? So these blocks are actually plastic. So this surface is the same surface as this surface. Those are the same surface. Though, do consider that on floor 3 you have icy wet wheels, so it's a bit different. But yeah, this is plastic. Essentially, it works the same way, so it can bounce you around and such. Thank you, Cleopatra, for the 100. Threat of Ariadne is my all-time favorite map. Learn something every time I play it. Love to get that 80 someday. Does it have any mistakes at all, or is it a fully clean run? Haven't been able to do a respawnless run yet. So the author time is from 2 ice patches ago, which makes it a little bit different. And it is also from the beta version of the map, which makes it about 1 second slower than what the map used to be before the ice patches. It's complicated. But the thing is that it's very beatable. It might be a bit tougher than it was originally because of the ice patches, but it is very beatable. The current world record, which is over a minute faster than the author time, is made in the current patch. So that probably answers. Thank you, SMB from SPB, for the gift sub. You Shadow Crancer as well. Much appreciated. Talking about Threat of Ariadne, which is an endurance map I made a couple years ago with a couple other scenery mappers. Murray hunted the world record, and it's an incredible run. It's 1/10 faster than Elcon's previous world record. So instead of 1957.7, it is a 1957.6. You finished the other long map you've been working on? Not yet. Still working on it. Murray's run is especially impressive because it is done in a different ice patch, which makes the run even more difficult on the ice level. There's several minutes of ice gameplay, and there's a bobsleigh section at the end of it, which costs you several seconds, like, you know, 5 to 10 seconds. on the current patch. So Murray getting the world record despite that disadvantage is kind of incredible. It kind of evens out the ice level if you do everything else perfectly. Oh, Have also going for the nose slide. Makes it work. Still kind of waiting for those runs to really start here. Hugo on the server, Elcon on the server. Can make some runs happen, but still waiting. It is SP Villa campaign 2023. You would need the club access to play custom maps. Which they are. Hello Hooch. Hazard not back yet, probably. Okay, Elcon on a bobsleigh turtle here, unlucky. However, makes it through. Yeah, Hazard is still probably driving home from the mini RPG LAN. Some other progress has been made. Bren and Elcon have been trying floor 11 again today, but haven't got through the plastic half-pipe that we have on floor 11 now. So about halfway through floor 11 at the moment. Virtual, a little bit earlier, also made it to floor 11 as the third player to manage that journey. So has gotten a couple jumps in, but not quite to the same places as Bren as Elcon. Bren had a pretty promising line for that final trick that we haven't done yet on floor 11. So could be that once Elcon or Bren make it there, they could possibly get the next landing as well. Bren was really close, yeah. Could happen next time. There's the clip. Thank you. We can quickly show it as well here. So here, Bren's best attempt from the clip. Lining up, choosing to flip the car on the wall ride, jumping through, and unfortunately, barely missing the pool there. But very close. It does seem that the pool is indeed where we need to go next. So this was a bit of a mystery. Had like 6 attempts combined from Elcon and Bren before anyone even kind of understood where to go. But now it seems pretty clear. Needs to get to that pool. Have unfortunate fall here. Everyone kind of on the floor 5 range. Is casting very exhausting? Nah, not as exhausting as playing the map. That I can promise. Elcon's only attempt tonight on floor 11 was pretty early, like 3-4 hours ago. Thank you for the 200, Angeletta. Been looking at getting into map building side of the game, since the limited items to work with works more to my simplistic art style. Do you need to be decent at the game to build bearable maps? Bearable maps? No, but it's likely that if you're not at least like a decent level player, that you will not be able to find all the best strategies, all the fastest strategies on your own maps. So the issue is mainly that while you might intend for the one line to be the main line, if you're not able to optimize your maps, like if you don't know all the tricks and if you can't execute them, some top level player might find something else, and that strategy, it's kind of 50-50 whether it's something very enjoyable or if it's something very unenjoyable to do. So that's kind of the thing. But like bearable maps, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think when you're getting into mapping, it can be a good idea to just like try building routes and not like putting in like a ridiculous hour onto your first map, a ridiculous amount of hours to your first map. I can't speak at all. So you kind of just like explore different styles a little bit and try to like play your maps a lot, try to improve your times on your own maps a lot. That usually is very helpful. Have you had a map cutscene that annoyed you? I had some alternative strategies that I was sad that I didn't notice. It was always my fault. I never blamed the players. Players do what they can to go as fast as possible. My job to make sure that the map is high quality. Yeah, learning gears, learning how the gearbox works, and learning how different surfaces work, I think that's a good start before you start building. If in doubt, get your map tested, yeah. Though, on the level of problems that you've had on your maps, Hendo, I don't know if any tester would have found the reroutes. I feel like those are just... I don't know. Maybe just send all your maps to ARPA. You've been so unlucky with the couple TOTDs. Is it known if Lars is gonna play later? Lars was here a little bit before. I don't know anything else though. Have you ever built a PF map? Yes, I have. In the very beginning of the game, I built one. Because that was kind of the one of the few things that I was able to play at the low level. Thanks for the advice. No problem. Thank you for the 100 again. Second question, has anyone made an animated movie in Trackmania? An animated movie? In Trackmania? Like with the tools that the game provides? Nothing comes to mind. Good save from Hugo. I guess it would be possible, but extremely tedious. Like if you mean like animating, like depends on what you mean by animation, I suppose. If you mean like a Trackmania movie where you have like cars driving around and kind of a story and stuff, people have made those through the years. But if you mean like making non-Trackmania animation in Trackmania, unlucky for Hugo. 4-5? So close. Pool? No. Very unfortunate. Well, Tommy, good progress. Elcon, moving on as well. Yeah, like, you can do a lot with the media tracker, that's kind of like the movie maker in Trackmania. You can do, like, you can draw, like, triangles, both 3-dimensional, which means they exist in the game world, and 2-dimensional, which means they are, like, on the monitor. And I guess you could definitely, like, in theory, you could animate all kinds of things. You could probably, you know, animate, like, a full-length movie, like, Pixar style, with those. But that sounds like it would take about 700 years to do, because working with the 2D triangles, and especially 3D triangles, sucks hard. Tommy? Personal best attempt here. Let's see. That's it. Nicely done. Good progress. Forsami. Elkon as well. Grinding. Trying to get those runs started. Currently on floor 6. Custom animated short film. Put onto the display blocks to make a movie in the actual map. Or possibly a playable minigame. Probably. But we are a little bit above my level of expertise. So, yeah, there probably would be ways to, like, automate through something called Open Planet, which is a plugin manager of sorts. It would probably be possible to script like blocks appearing and disappearing and be able to animate like a pixel art thing, for example. That sounds like it's possible, but I have no idea about that kind of a thing. Sounds like a pretty huge thing. Elcon falling down again, starting one more time. Got that one floor 11 attempt, but after that, it's been quiet. Is there a way to play old campaign maps with old physics? Nope. Not that I know of. So yeah, Elcon has been getting to floor 11, but not quite back to the halfpipe to try it out. Bren earlier today was able to get to the halfpipe and seeming to figure out a strat on it, but we haven't had anyone actually complete that section. Virtual made it to floor 11 again. Lars earlier as well was able to get to the very final part of floor 10, and that's pretty much it. Simo has been getting a little bit of progress on floor 10 too, but still in the very early sections there. Almost anything is possible, yeah, if you aren't afraid to spend a couple years on a project. That is the thing. Timo did a very good job today. Great progress. Well, Tommy here, trying to do a personal best. You can follow these first sections. On this, well, not really first sections. We're quite deep into floor 6 actually. Halfway through. Needs to turn around on this quarter pipe. Just like so. Looks very good actually. Now the speed, line is good. And we'll be making this first try. Still have some people getting the climbs going. Hugo back to floor 3. How is the new player doing? Sardosh, big French streamer, has joined the server just today. Trying to clear the first floor. And it's not so easy. Sard, not a bad player at all, but kind of showing us the regular Trackmania player experience there. Has been playing Trackmania, sort of like, you know, casual player experiencing these maps, and it is not so easy. Puts things into perspective. Having only top players on the server sometimes makes it easy to forget what we are actually playing. Sardosh has played Twitch Rivals, yeah. And probably some other Trackmania things as well, I feel. Some Zerator stuff, I think. Dylan, maybe? Took you under an hour to get to floor 2. Map is free. Do you wanna give a little bit of insight of your background, Hege? Sammy, continue the progress. Low pitch yippee in the water. Oh god. Did perform good in prior Zarzar events. Isn't that much of a beginner? Yeah. So not new to the game for sure, but still, you know, these early parts definitely hurt. You've never played this game before, watched virtual do a run and kind of just memorized it and did it yourself. Okay, Hege, yeah, Would work a lot better if I didn't know who you were. Virtual is playing in solo, not on the server here. No world records this evening. 700 meters for Sammy. Very nice run here. Now the next backward section here. Hardwork moving as well in the beginning of floor 5 here. Hugo. Elcon approaching it, but Samino bouncing over, hoping to get the speed, but no, the inverted steering. That seems to be a bit rough. It is hard to do this trick because when you start pressing backwards, when you transition from forwards to backwards, the timing is super important. You might get inverted steering, the left might be not going where you want left to go, so this also looks a lot easier than it is. You need to know the very specific strategy. But we'll be able to do a recovery route there, going a little bit closer. Not a backwards enjoyer. To be fair, like, I feel like backwards enjoyer also really dislike these forwards to backwards conditions. I say that as a backwards enjoyer, so I'm very much projecting. But you know, inverted steering kinda sucks. And sometimes it doesn't feel like there's any rhyme or reason to it. It just inverts and then you're sad. Hello Kasper. Bren and Elcon tied Waterguard. Here's one of the world record holders. Pretty deep to floor 11. Virtual did get 3rd place today, yes. So I'm getting food. Speaking of, I will get a drink. So I will also hydrate, be back in just a minute, now that we're still trying to get these runs started here. Let's see if Elcon can finally get to those higher floors on this run. Okay, well, I'm seeing Elcon back to floor 6. Let's see how it goes. Boing. Works. Yo, Kuko. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very generous. I'm trying to catch up with everything. Why does he not just take a glass and put it on the desk so he can hydrate all the time? I do, but then the glass is not infinite glass. You know... Elcon actually got the inverted steering but corrected it really quickly there, it seemed. That is actually really quick reflexes. It's Hege's birthday. Is it really? Or is this... I feel like there's a meme like this. Well, happy birthday, Hege. Just in case. It's not, but you should still sing. No, come on now. This is a serious deep cast, alright? But I hope you have a good non-birthday. Duck Jump is there. Hey, Goko, thank you also for the tier 1 subscription. Very much appreciate you. Ollut nätti kattoo, kun äijä striimaa tätä. Thank you. The Elven language strikes. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying. I feel like I've been talking in English for so long this past 10 days that I actually can't speak in Finnish anymore. I'm losing it. Virtual apparently on floor 9. Let's see if it's another floor 11 attempt. We can bring up the stream if that is the case. Virtual is worth watching right now. You're in luck because Virtual is a streamer. We will get those streams into this cast as well, if those runs go far. But I don't want to do it just, you know, all that much. I don't feel that great taking the content onto my content. It feels weird, and also it's very difficult for me to watch both the server and a stream as well. So I am absolutely 100% Finnish. It's just that I stream in English. Lived in Finland my whole life. Still do. But the dip, well, not just the dip, but, you know, whole streaming thing makes you talk a lot in English. Is Finland worth a holiday trip? Depends how long and depends where and what time of the year. That's how it goes, Kukko. You think in English or Finnish? I think it changes. 50-50 right now. I don't actually have a sauna. Not even in the building, can you imagine? You don't think at all? Nice. Fake. Virtual on 360? Okay, let's see if the run goes to 11. We can check it out if that happens. Elcon kind of speedrunning everything before floor 10. Even on floor 10, really. Ever been to Kotka? Actually, semi-recently. Nice city. Elcon on floor 8, maybe. Let's see how the final jump goes. Taking the speed, lining up, and the speed barely enough this time. I'm not sure why it seems so inconsistent sometimes, because the setup looks to be the same. I don't know if there's like a small amount of airtime you can get from the setup or something. There is like a little bit of a release when you start the downhill, I suppose. So I guess that can be the thing. Like when you start the acceleration. Elcon fails the flip, but will be able to continue. Virtual past 360. Okay, we can check in. We can check in after 11. Drop down. Oh. Unfortunate. Virtual has been making a really good amount of progress today, though. Virtual is playing on solo. Not on the server. So I can't switch to virtual on the server, so... I appreciate the updates though. We've gone further on into floor 8 now. This is something he's done plenty of times before. For the jump here now, kind of risking it a lot, honestly. Considering how much safer it would be to jump a little bit higher, but okay. It works out. Hasn't failed it. Bug slide into the turtle setup. No time to waste. Gets the lineup. Now we wait. Oh, car shaky. But gets through. A bit of a weak turtle there, but you need to do it. You need to get it all the way through here. Elcon manages to get it a little bit stronger. Nose up. I do actually appreciate the occasional updates on virtual as well, because my goal is to document the progression of the entire event. So I don't mind if, you know, virtual is getting a really good run going. I don't mind that people say it, but I would also ask that you kind of look at the chat. If someone just mentioned it like 3 messages before, I probably have seen it because usually it's 15 messages. So you know, that's not entirely necessary, but it is nice that we are getting updates, because I'm also very interested in virtual's progress, even though virtual not able to play on the server right now. Good line from Elcon. Starting the next turtle. Are you a historian? I'm a deep dip 2 historian. You know, seem to be a bit early for that one, but it works out. Second one works out. Elcon, the route to the flip. Gets it. Oh, gets on the platform. Almost to floor 9 now. Couple jumps. Turning around, then to the right. Landing in, jumping, and the landing works. Elcon has to min-max this section as well by drifting and accelerating at the same time to slide down the downhill for some reason. I feel like Elcon permanently needs to go to the bathroom. Virtual dead turtle, okay. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Well. Floor 9. Up to the pole. And the turbo landing. Line is good. Ocon nails it. Then we go up. Elconomics, I like that. Yo, Ecstasy, thank you for the 16. Good to see you, dude. Let's see then. Straight line. Looks good. And we go in. Bren has been really fast on these runs, for sure. Kinda speedrunning, the same as Elcon. And they are also tied in terms of progress. Landing works, no problem at all. This next one has been a bit tricky for some players. Timo struggled with this a little bit earlier, but has since gotten a little bit cleaner. Let's see Elcon do it. Gets a good landing. And no problem at all. Drift line here for some reason. To save time. Onto the turbo. It's a bit on the side, but distance is definitely enough to make it to the quarter pipe here. So now for the tricky one, and this one you can't really rush. Have to get the right speed, you have to get the right line. The very tough speed check. Elcon did reach floor 11 today, but didn't get quite to the water court area. Elcon? Not feeling this line. This is where the patience starts showing. Needs to get the correct setup. Looks pretty good. Very clean landing. The line? It's a little bit off Elcon. What's the landing going to be? Lands onto the quarter pipe just barely. We'll be able to retry. There's fortunately a very simple way to retry this. You jump back on this turbo. Oh, not the turbo, but the ramps. Then we go back. Bren has been very close to reaching the next section. Didn't quite land the plastic halfpipe. On not having the best line there. Making sure the speed is there. Jumps down. Might be good enough. Is Elcon not going to comment? It's 227 speed from Elcon, so it's not quite enough to do it safely. We've seen 232 which seems to be like a very good speed. 227 probably would make it, but it's just not safe. You don't want to risk your entire run just because you didn't want to redo this one more time for a couple more speed. This is live run, Elcon. Small mistake. We'll be able to retry. Then a little bit unclean. Elcon will commit. The speed is enough. 230 speed, just barely making it through. That might be the closest one we've seen. Well, Elcon manages to make it work, knows the limits exactly. Then, straight to the plastic punch, down the quarter pipe, and then line up. Final parts of this floor. Is the landing working? Yes, Elcon. Once more. 2 landings away from floor 10. Gets the first, gets the second, and Elcon style, we enter floor 10 in a bug slide. Maverick's floor. Stop! Dude, you're... I'm so done with him. I'm so done with him. Well, through the first jump, directly into the ice slide. Doesn't want to waste any seconds here, it seems. Ice slide works fine. Onto the pipe. Jumping through. Round on the ice now. Needs to get enough speed on the dirt to land into this water. More than enough. Elcon releasing acceleration halfway through and makes it look very, very simple. Now, onto the dirt, no problem. Getting the speed. Now over to the next pipe section to the right. Hoping to get enough speed over the snow. Looks to be good. Now the double pipe jumps here. Just going for it. No stopping. Clears the first one. Now for the pool landing. Looks like a very good line. Elcon almost goes too far. chaining these sections. No stopping. Straight to the ice spin. Spins around. Gets the line and clears it. No problem. Was kind of close clipping the plastic there, but still extremely clean on that. But this time, we'll take a little bit of speed for this one. Not the easiest jump to clear. Wants to get a good slide and manages. Now, on the dirt. One more plastic landing. And then we go to the half pipes again. Failed them once today. Cleared them once today. See how this third run goes. To the plastic. Great landing. And then onto the half pipe, taking speed, turning around on the other side. The first part is clean. What about the landing onto the plastic? It's a little bit to the side. Can Elcon save this? Wheel clips. Elcon, at the very least, able to stay on the plastic. Needs to find a recovery path here. Can definitely jump. For the safest option, can jump down to the right on floor 9, but can also probably get to the beginning of floor 10. So earlier today, Elcon was on the iced halfpipe. This is a little bit lower. There's also the pool behind Elcon here. Probably looking around a little bit. We'll see. See what Elcon comes up with. It's a little bit of new situation. Well, has found something. Turns around. Seems like we're going back to floor 10. Or is Elcon... No. Comes here. Lands it. Very clean. Not too much progress lost, especially on Elcon's pace. Back to the ice. Getting the ice wheels. The dirt zoop. Going through. Line looks good. Really doesn't want to go around the dirt there. But works fine. Now, carefully. The ice slide. Perfection. Waiting for the ice wheels to go away. And onto the pipe. Clean landing once again. Through the dirt into the water then. Landing a little bit close this time, but the wheel doesn't clip. No problem at all. Around the ice hole. And same old for Elcon. Maybe not. A little bit of new. But fortunately, the mapper very graciously has placed a barrier there. So Elcon, not a huge issue. We'll be able to climb back up over the snow. So we keep going. Very low on the pipe, but speed is there. Another second. On. A little bit of correction there, but makes the jump again. And once more, we just directly go into the ice spin. Elcon makes it look so simple. So easy for Elcon. Back to the dirt. Plastic landing, and then the half pipes again. Only 4 players have ever made it to this point. Elcon is one of them. Bren, Lars, and Virtual have also made it to this point, but Lars hasn't made it through to floor 11. Let's see now. Elcon has already been multiple times to floor 11, but these half pipes have to work. For another attempt, a little bit to the side still, but maybe a little bit less. This could land, and Elcon is through. Speed is there. Bounce works. Elcon lands. And this is another floor 11 attempt. A chance for a world record. But a little bit of jumping before we can talk about that. Goes in. Very narrow platforms in this floor. Need to be very, very precise with these landings. Elcon gets the first 2. Continues chaining. And this time, last time Elcon turned around for the landing. This time figures out, okay, I'll take it safe. I'll do it like this. Has to do this drift turnaround though, for some reason. I guess to compensate for the lack of risk on the landing or something. Or whatever. Do what you want, Elcon. Now going in. Quarter pipe. Landing uphill. Clips a little bit, but it works out. Then for the loop. Here we go. Landing looks very clean. Into the pool. Almost jumping too far, but Elcon safely through. Now just a couple more jumps and we could have another attempt at the world record. Land safely onto the platforms, and then this jump combination landing onto the quarter pipe that we see in the distance there on the right. Well, not anymore, but hopefully see it in just a moment. We'll take speed from the beginning of this light here, and we are off. Elcon gets the first landing. What about the second? Manages to get it. And Elcon, for the third time, has made it to this section here. What did Bren cook here? Elcon is asking. Let's let the players discuss. We have seen the Bren clip. I'm pretty sure that Elcon, I suppose, hasn't seen the clip yet, but I am sure that someone will direct that to Elcon. I think someone said earlier that they also posted the clip to Elcon, so... If I remember right, someone said that it was posted to Discord. Are you allowed to tell him? I mean, sure. I can't really send, like... I try to be a neutral party though, and you know, I haven't played a single second of this map. So, I'm taking a neutral role here. He definitely has the clip. Definitely has it. Probably watching it right now, actually. So, we'll just let Elcon check out the clip. But we can indeed... I'm not gonna show the clip because I'm afraid that I'll miss Elcon's run. But what Bren was trying, and what Elcon was trying earlier as well, was spinning off of this, ignoring the plastic. The plastic, we might find that it's a bait, but Bren trying to land into this, taking it as a wall ride. Oh, Elcon going already, so we will maybe see the rest. Trying to take it as a wall ride here, landing, looks very good, landing upside down and flying into the pool, and Elcon has done it. Elcon showed us before I could even explain it. That is what Bren was trying to do, and that is what Elcon has done. This is a new world record. Then, map continues. We are 60.5% through the tower. So the journey continues. We go back onto the dirt. I think it's gonna be these quarter pipes here, and then I don't really know. Landing over here, I don't know. It could be quarter pipe jump, and then another quarter pipe jump over here. Or it could be something completely different as well. I will let Elcon figure this out. Try something out. This is still floor 11, and I don't think we're more than just about halfway through, actually. I think there's probably still at least 1/3 of this floor remaining. Elcon on the move. Trying the wheels on the dirt. Lining up. And Elcon seems to be thinking the quarter pipe as well. It is such a weird angle. You want to trust your intuition, but gravity will push the car to the left. So, getting this kind of a line, that's going to be... If you guys remember the floor 4 quarter pipe, the very first quarter pipe section, this is even more narrow than that, and I think the angles here could be comparable to that. So, Elcon hates the small hole on the left side of this quarter pipe. Not sure what that refers to really, but these light beams do extend over the quarter pipe, so they will be something to account for. We shall see, we shall see. We'll let Elcon, our world record holder here, try something out. Going in, landing, the landing is good. The jump through, a bit far, but still lands on the quarter pipe, and then jumping through. So close, but fortunately, the water pool right below Elcon will get another attempt. And this is such an important save for Elcon. Getting more practice on these late sections right now. Guess I have infinite tries at least. I'm not sure if it's gonna be infinite. But potentially a very good amount of repetition. If Elcon manages to clear this quarter pipe jump consistently, gets it again, jumping a little bit further, this looks very good, and Elcon has landed again. Gets to the next part, but then what? What do we do then? Suppose we park the car. Go from there. Does kind of look like you have to go... Well, this loop looks like it could be the way. Going right there. Jumping. Maybe on the right side here. Getting the speed and getting the height. Looks like a scary landing. Looks like something that might be possible to land upside down. And then I've quickly looked through the rest, but I just don't really see that. I just don't know where to go after. So is that even the right way? Worth mentioning that you will not get a lot of speed from this small platform here. There's not gonna be that much. A lot of pathfinding on this floor, kind of trying to figure out what the correct way is. Great progress right now from Elcon. These are the parts that nobody has done. The jumps that Elcon has to be the first to clear. "44 minutes on this run right now. Couple saves from the final parts of floor 10. Otherwise, it's pretty much just been climbing all the time. Car's moving. Lining up. Taking all the speed you can get here. Pixel perfect on the edge. Going in. Lands the quarter pipe a little bit late. Is it enough speed? It's not going to be, and this is a long journey back down. Maybe floor 8 save. Not quite going to happen, and the bounce here unfortunately brings Elcon all the way to floor 5 again. Well, floor 0, maybe 1. Elcon going all the way to the dance floor here. It is worth celebrating though. It's worth celebrating this run. Elcon, a new world record has been reached. We have made it all the way to hopefully the last part of floor 11. Clearing this jump, getting the perfect landing on the wall right, getting the upside down plastic, landing into the water, then the quarter pipes up here, and then seemingly landing a little bit too late, losing a little bit of speed, landing just slightly in this uphill as well. Want to probably land very clean into the downhill, so the idea seemed good though. The idea to land here, that seems promising. I'm guessing that then you take speed from here, land here, and jump up here. That seems to make sense. Then probably on this ring, that kind of makes sense. And then turning around onto this, and then into this pool. This looks like a lot of speed that you need here. This looks really difficult. Getting all this speed into uphill landing, into another uphill, into this pool. That looks very hard, but it has to be the way. Dirt, turbo, another quarter pipe jump up here. And this is probably where the next floor starts. This looks like it's going to be the beginning of floor 12. So, how many jumps that is? 7 or something? I think we're 2/3 through this floor though. Spoilers, apologies. I could be completely wrong as well. but that looks like it's gonna be the end grind there. We're not gonna look at the later floors though. We'll discover those with the players. So no worries there. Scrappy on the server as well. Joining in. Has been playing a little bit in solo, I think. But now tuning into the server. What an absolutely mad floor, honestly. Looks, every time we get to a new floor, I'm more and more happy that I'm not one to play this map, honestly. Looks like it's going to get mentally much more difficult to keep these runs going. But the players are doing it. They're just starting a new run. Elcon, I'm gonna guess, is again on a new run as well. Maybe taking a well-deserved break though. Okay, Elcon taking a well-deserved break. So, okay. That's fine. The guy just made a new world record. Can relax for a little bit. It's been a great time. Okay, a little bit of a quiet moment here, meaning that literally nobody is on floor 2. It's quite the shift in pace here, but hey, it's part of the process, yeah? It is the deep experience. Appreciate all of you guys. I can't speak anymore. It's been a long day, a long week, long deep 2 season. Appreciate you all tuning in though. Thank you very much for the follows. And thank you also. There were a couple subs. I'm trying to scroll back to see them. SMB from SPB for the gift sub, Dragon, and anonymous gifter for gifting a sub to Virtual. Much appreciate you. And thank you for all the follows. Hope you've been enjoying the cast. It's been a great journey so far. My pleasure. Enjoying doing this documentation. Elcon did get a little bit further from the pool. One trick, we could say. One section. My pleasure, Ribs. Elcon did start day 1, yes, as far as I know. Prize pool at the moment is exactly $27,500, which means that first place currently is taking home $13,750 US. Second place $8,250, which is 30%, and then third place 20% of the prize pool, which is $5,500. It is quite the incentive, but on a grind like this, I think you do need some motivation from within as well. You need to want to finish the map just for the challenge to keep those runs going. And I feel like Elcon really wants to do that. Looking very good this day so far. We were kind of stuck a little bit on floor 10 for a little while, but now floor 11 is being discovered pretty sort of steadily. It seems to be going okay. Like, you know, we're kind of making progress at the very least. Yesterday, Bren finding some setups, some strats, or earlier today I mean, Bren finding setups for this plastic halfpipe, and today Elcon, well, tonight, Elcon making it through. So, yeah. Good sort of collaboration in a way as well. SMB, thank you so much for the gift up to Doonty as well. Hello Johnny. So you only commentating on other players' progress? Do you play yourself? I'm probably gonna try the map for the first time after the competition. We'll see how that goes. Watching hundreds of hours of players figure out these tricks and then trying it for the first time myself. It's gonna be interesting. It will go very bad also. Elcon cleared a new wall record, getting 2 sections ahead. Not yet on floor 12, and there's still a lot left on floor 11. At least like 3 sections, we could say, on floor 11. Hazard has been playing Trackmania LAN this weekend. Probably driving home as we speak. Maybe home already. Probably starting the grind again this coming week. Scandier as well. Scandier has been playing the same LAN. Easy one shot, yeah. Surely, no problem. After the competition, I'll just one shot the wall record. How far do you think you'll go once you start playing? I guess it depends how long I play for. I do think my skill level probably allows me to reach floor 5 eventually, in like some days. But I don't know how much further I would be able to. And I say this without having played the map, so I might be wrong as well. Completely wrong even. I could honestly get stuck on like floor 3 stuff for all I know. Why is your PB at floor 8.5? It is not... Wait, it is. What? Huh? Wait, why is it there? I haven't definitely been there. When did that happen? What? That seems interesting. No, here it says, here's the personal best... No, wait, it's scrappy. Oh, they updated the plugin. Oh, it's a plugin update. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, now I understand. Yeah, previously when you spectated others, it would still show your own personal best. So I was a bit confused here. But yeah, okay, now they've changed it, so... I probably changed today, actually, so that it actually shows the player's PB, which is nice. We can also see the exact number at the top. That makes sense, yeah. My personal best is at 34 meters. That is where the start line is. People will definitely hunt this for wildcard, because consider that after the competition... So Scrappy also going for the nose line. Works. After the competition, there will be a checkpoint version released as well. So currently the reason why the progress is so slow and why players are having to, like, you know, trial and error these tricks and then they have to play for hours to get back to that section just to try it again is because you have to start from the bottom every time, right? So when you have the checkpoint version to practice, you will be much more likely to get consistent on every trick. So people will definitely hunt this once the practice versions are out and they are able to kind of learn things much more efficiently. Right now everything is so inefficient because of starting from the bottom every single time. I do wonder if Scrappy knows about the new strategy here. Doesn't seem to need it. This is a good line. So there is a new, slower setup. But there are some players still going for this faster strategy. Like Elcon, for example, because Elcon is speedrunning everything, right? So Elcon is still going for that faster strategy, but I don't think Elcon really struggles getting it consistently, so, you know. And yeah, Scrappy probably as well. So, you know, it's kind of up to the player because it can take like 30 seconds to set up for that slower strategy where you slide over the turbo on the higher platform and then you find the line and, you know. So maybe some players who are pretty consistent with this faster way as well will just choose to go for this old way. Scrappy a bit too slow there, slowing down a little bit too much. Looks like it's gonna be all the way to the bottom, as most runs eventually end up. I feel like at this point for a lot of these players, floor 5 is not that big of a deal anymore. A lot of these well, pretty much the entire top 10 right now is like floor 8 or above, so I feel like for those players, it's kind of, floor 5 still is, you know, tricky to do, but it's something where you don't get too emotionally attached to the run yet. Thank you for the prime sub. Rah. Appreciate it. How are players on open public servers doing? How far behind? So, from what I've heard, there's really only one player that we need to think about when we think about the public server, and that is a player called Whirl, who is a very good royal player. There was a pretty interesting track of the day a few months back that was kind of like a platform, like very sort of narrow platforming stuff with like a weird camera angle, and Worrell was super good at that. Was able to get the wall to guard there. And also is like a really good Royal player, from what I know. So I think Worrell has been playing on the public server, and probably on like floor 6-7 range or something. I can't remember. That's probably the only player that, you know, is worth thinking about on the public servers. A lot of public server players are, you know, just casually kind of enjoying the map, which is great as well. It's great that people are finding enjoyment even in the first few floors here. 758. Yeah, that should be floor 7 already, I think. I guess it could be the very end, the duck jump on floor 6. Well, so this server works through a whitelist. You don't necessarily need to be a like a streamer to get on this streamer server. You can do the whitelist application, and if you're also like a very good player, you can get whitelisted onto this server too. We can check the leaderboard, sure, but, you know, we just heard where Worrell is. So, Worrell... Here, 22nd, 758.3 meters. And yeah, seems to be the only name to be missing on this server, out of everyone who's above, and, you know, slightly below as well. Not sure what this TAS hindsight thing is, but you know, if someone's name includes TAS, I would probably disregard that record. Personally, that is not some player that has been on this server from what I've seen. So I don't know, a little bit too close here to the ceiling. It's floor 4 recovery still works. Could he apply to the whitelist and potentially win? You don't even need to do that. It is fine if you are even playing in solo. You don't need to ever play on any server. The only thing that you need to do is you have to stream your final full run. So you can do that from solo, you can do it from this server, you can do it from the public server, doesn't matter. Virtual has been to floor 11 today. So Virtual, if we show real quick, made it past the half pipes, made it through here, and then jumped here, landed, jumped here, landed, and jumped here, didn't quite land. So Virtual, this landing will be the personal best. As far as I remember, fell down here, unfortunately into the hole, and then it's a long way down from there. So that is Virtual's best attempt right now. Hazard potentially back already tomorrow, but I don't have any information about that. I just know that there was a LAN this weekend that ended today afternoon. So Hazard probably on way towards home now. Replay is not enough. You have to stream the full run. Why stream? It is required for the platform that they're hosting the competition on. Match Arena, I think. The stream recording verification, it needs to be live streamed specifically. Could you stream once you get closer to the end and not from the get-go? Yes, absolutely. How can anyone know when their run is gonna be the one? Well, I mean, you know that when you're still like 2 floors behind the ending, you know that judging by the difficulty of the floors that we're currently clearing, which is, you know, it's taking like multiple days to clear a full floor as a community, you can kind of tell, like, if you're on floor 14, you probably will not just randomly one-shot 2 floors in a row. That will probably not happen, especially under the pressure that you will be in. So I think the players, when they get to, like, the floor 14 and 15 range, it might be a strategy that you go radio silent, you stop streaming, you stop showing strategies, because, you know, it is a competition, you want to win. So we could see some players kind of just go off and then suddenly start streaming in like a couple days later, and then go in and get ready to do the full final run. Oh, Scrappy, a little bit too slow. Well, bobsleigh landing. Just needs to avoid the hole. So close. Saves it. Elcon, currently AFK, still on the server. Probably taking a break after, you know, breaking the world record casually. Price pool $27,500 right now. Heavy came across your stream during Deep Dip 2. Just wanted to say you're doing a great job casting and keeping everyone informed with what's going on. Thank you for streaming. No problem. Samal. My pleasure to do it. That's why we're here. Fly Lovis, thank you so much for gifting us up. Very much appreciated. Gotta pay the sub forward. I appreciate it a lot. Means a lot. Glad to hear, Trackmo. I try to keep it informational. What if they have a banger run? They'd have to throw the ending. Yeah, but like, you probably know when you're ready to finish the map. Like, just realistically, every new trick that you need to do is like 50-50 at this point, I feel. The map is getting that difficult. And you know, when you have like 10 tricks that are still ahead of you and every one of them is 50-50, your chances of one-shotting every one of those is very minimal, right? So the players know. They've been playing this game for tens of thousands of hours, potentially. So they have the feel like, okay, I might be able to finish this run now. Now it's time to go live. I suppose, like, it's not technically impossible that you accidentally, you know, want to hide your strats and you accidentally one-shot everything and you accidentally make the final jump. But, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Just realistically. Because the players will not be pushing it that far. They will go live when they feel like they have, like, 90% of the map figured out. Or 95% of the map figured out. Probably 90% or so. Want you just spectate them instead? Well, I can't if they're not playing on the server, right? That's the thing. They can go play in solo, they can, you know, disable the plugin so we can't even see the progress at all in like a stats or anything. They can grind the map and then finally when they're ready, they will show up on stream and go for the final runs. And yeah, like, you can't really know, like, when exactly you would finish the run, right? You can't know that. So you can't time it so that it's like 1 day away. Because even when you know every single trick, you need to do 16 floors in a row. So it's not like it will be like done in a day when someone suddenly shows up, right? It could be that you hide the strats, but then you go on stream and you're not actually able to execute those, and then you give those strats away, and someone else can pick it up and do it faster than you. So there's like a lot that can happen, actually. It's going to be pretty interesting, either way. How are you streaming at 936p? There's like a mathematical reason for it. It looks better at lower bit rates, which doesn't allow for super high bit rates, especially for affiliates. Scandier has probably been practicing the mini RPG LAN maps, so I'm not sure how much Scandier has been like offline practicing this one. But Scandier has been making really good progress regardless. Even though Scandier only on floor 8, which, you know, almost no one will ever see. I think Scandier can pick up these strats that other people have found pretty quickly and get to that floor 11 grade. How is core coming along? It's going. It's such a big project. We're still kind of working on everything. Osano, barely making it up. Working on the scenery and the story and everything. Trying to solve problems that no one in Trackmania has had to dealt with so far. Building a pretty big entrance map right now, if anyone's wondering what I'm talking about. Exclamation point core. Has anyone ever one-shot a floor above floor 6 before anyone has routed it? Elcon one-shot like 2/3 of floor 8. And Hazard has probably done something similar that I can't remember right now. Hazard had like 3 attempts, I think, on floor 10 before getting to the ice spin, but on the same run, on the 3-hour run. Can someone complete twice and receive the first and second prize? I don't think so. Techie has been mapping, yeah. Techie's floor is 7. Like 12 people have finished Deep Deep 1. Hazard has been on a LAN this weekend, so probably getting back to playing this map after. I mean, sure, you could technically stream on an unknown account, not in the Trackmania category, to hide the strats even more. That's actually an interesting thought. That's actually an interesting thought. You could technically make another account. Okay, I'm not gonna say that that's allowed because I'm not sure if you need to stream on a specific Twitch account. But yeah, I do wonder. Haven't thought about that at all. Artifact category. Yeah, I'm not sure, Ribs. I'll just not go further with this idea because I don't recall the exact rules. Might not be, Maji. Might not be. Usano. Not quite the line. Maybe on floor 5. This might eventually fall off, but I think Sano has been getting to floor 5 quite a bit. So maybe not the biggest mistake either way. Thank you, SMB, for the gifts at Tsumaji. Someone finishes offline, can others watch the replay? Because the run would appear on the leaderboard? Yes. You would be able to check it on the leaderboard. Would you make a best of video when someone finally finishes the map? Yeah, I would actually want to do like full like recaps, like all important events and like all kinds of, you know, PBs and wall records and everything as like a mega recap. I actually already want to do that, but it takes so much time, and right now it's like 10 hours a day on the server, so eventually, yeah, eventually all the milestones, like a full documentation of the server. Hi Exodium. After the major stress breaking some people are having, do you think there's a realistic height limit or difficulty that will need to be understood for Deep Dip 3? Do you think 2 is at the limit? I've actually wondered about this a lot. I've really thought about, like, is this the final tower map? Because there could be other ways to build these kinds of challenges as well. So it could be that instead of Deep Dip 3, if there is one eventually, it could be that it's not like a tower climb like this, but maybe there's like some other type of a challenge instead. So maybe the difficulty would be about even. Maybe not, you know, exactly like this, but just higher, you know? Who knows? Dundi knows, maybe? One of the mappers? Laura Keklia, thanks so much for the gift sub to SMB as well. You guys are very generous today. Falling is a big part of it, yeah. But, you know, like the falling is a great thing about the tower design for sure. But I'm just saying that there could be very creative ideas that you can do to make these kinds of survival challenges. Only if they find a way to bypass 255 blocks height limit, you can already do that. Core, for example, is 500 height. You can do it. It just needs some hackerman things, but you can do it. And SMB gifting a sub to Porakekli as well. I love it. Trading the gift subs there. Thank you so much. Hi Nook. 8 years. Been kinda crazy. Crazy journey. Day 10 right now. If you've missed the news, Elcon here just was able to improve the world record, and I can show exactly how that happened. Or where we managed to go. So, floor 11 starts here. So, we've had 3 players get to floor 11 today, actually. Lars is still missing the half pipes here, but once Lars gets these down, that's going to be 4 players to floor 11. So, Virtual is the last player to make it to floor 11, and a little bit earlier was able to jump all the way here, but missed this landing here. A couple jumps in, but then fell down. But very promising progress from Virtual, clearing the end of floor 10. Then, Bren has been able to go all the way through here multiple times. Jumping here, landing here, jumping up here, going around, landing on the loop, around the loop, into the water, landing here, going around, landing on this one, and then getting this landing. This is the furthest Bren has been. But Bren, importantly, was doing a lot of science here, a lot of experimentation, trying to figure out what on earth is going on this section. It's a bit of a mysterious part, but Bren was able to get a pretty good attempt where Bren simply ignored the plastic here, flipped the car off this platform, landed onto the wall, right? And then flipped upside down onto the plastic. And plastic will bounce you when you land on it upside down. If you land clean enough, the car essentially just glides without losing speed on this plastic. And Bren was able to do that flying off this plastic here, hitting the sound block that we have here, marking the voice line that the players are getting, and then bouncing off, falling down. Elcon, some time ago, was able to get a third run onto this point as well. Check the Bren clip, and was also Elcon's first attempts actually were very promising. Elcon was kind of here, got to this point as the first player ever to do so, and then Bren was kind of offering in the chat like, well, is it gonna be like press forward? Is it gonna be some consistent setup? Maybe you go next to the plastic, maybe you do something else, maybe you do some weird inputs that makes this plastic entirely consistent. But Elcon said, I don't know. I'm just gonna send it. And Elcon tried to do the very same thing that Bren eventually proved to work. So Elcon was on the right track from the beginning, and I think importantly for Elcon, those first 2 tries that Elcon had before Bren had discovered that this truly works, did get some practice. So Elcon tried it twice, didn't work at all, to be fair, didn't really get on the plastic in the correct way, and we didn't at that point really even know where to land. Maybe it was here, maybe it was here. I think no one really considered the pool in the beginning as well. It's such a big jump as well. So, okay, Elcon gave it a try, and the 3rd try, after Bren had confirmed with some attempts that it would be possible, Elcon takes the speed, perfect landing onto the wall right, slides down the plastic, and a clean jump into the pool. Not only that, Elcon able to go onto the dirt, tries this quarter pipe jump, jumps up here, lands back into the pool, and then says, okay, well, you know what, I'm confident, you can retry this as long as you land into the pool, tries it again, lands the quarter pipe, jumps up again, lands here. Was able to do this on 2nd try, and was able to also try this next section, which presumably you take speed, land clean here, and jump all the way here. Then it seems like you go forward, take some speed, go here, and floor 12, I believe, begins somewhere there. So we are quite far away still, at least 3 sections after this, but Elcon was able to try this out. So, unfortunately for Elcon, landed a little bit too late. Seems like you need a very, very clean landing here to not lose any speed, to accelerate as much as possible once you land on the ground. So Elcon flying a little bit too far, losing speed, and didn't make this height. And it's a long journey down from here as well. So that is that is where we are right now. I don't know if you get a bad landing here, can you save it anywhere? It kind of looks like you might be able to make the pool again. Maybe get some speed. It's pretty far. I don't know. It looks like it's really far. Maybe you can get this. There's this ring, but this ring doesn't get you anywhere. This is pretty isolated, yeah? So, I feel like your best bet is to jump back to the pool. That looks really difficult, and there's no other save here, right? At best you fall down to floor 8. Yeah, this is such an isolated section. It's like nothing below. So, it might be that we'll get stuck here again for a little bit. That is the recent events. Recent events. Hope that gives like a pretty exhaustive explanation of what happened today. Bren is still very consistent on floor 11, getting to floor 11 and also getting to the plastic thing. So now that Elcon has made it, could be that Elcon will be able to get it down as well. Completely unrelated, but I enjoyed so much your 2023 campaign back then. Do you ever plan to make another one? Yes. In the summer, I'll make 2024 campaign. Similar vibe, but a little bit different. Yeah, no worries, guys. Glad if it helped. Did you consider making a floor for DD2? I considered it, but I had a lot of other mapping stuff going on at the time, and it's not really my sort of style fully. So maybe I'll try for Deep Div 3 if there is one. 4 is being worked on still. It'll finish eventually. I don't know anything about the easy tower map that people are working on. Haven't really heard much about it. Yosemi, good progress today. Nice PB on floor 6. In theory, if I wanted to, how long could I extend a map in Trackmania? As in, make it go from one direction as long as possible? In theory, probably more than you would want to. There are far lamps in Trackmania. Did you know? You can set your, if you do enough hacking things, you can throw your map into so far beyond the beyond the mapping area that the physics of the game completely break. So that far. Yeah, there's like earthquakes. It's terrible. Someone actually has made a desert bus map, Sami, on Trackmania. Earthquake maps. Okay, I'll show, okay? It's now that no one's really on a sick run. Okay, just 1 minute and I'll show what I mean, because this is impossible to explain. There's a map from a guy called BMX. You will understand exactly. Well, you will not understand anything at all, but you will understand what I'm talking about with earthquakes. So yeah, it should be very obvious. We will not watch too much of this, but you will get the idea. So this is when you move the map too far outside of the map bounds. This is Trackmania video game gameplay. So anyway, that's kind of cool. Try to play that map. It's so bad because the car is moving on its own all the time. It's like zooping from side to side and getting speed boost and burst of the month potential. Maybe. Coco, thanks so much for the prime sub. Where's Elcon? Oh, wait, I wasn't in spectator. Didn't switch. Scrappy, actually. Climbing again. Personal best. 880 meters. I do not recall, and maybe someone else knows. Someone surely knows. If Scrappy has actually made it to floor 8 at this point. Or if those are still the highest parts of floor 7. Because you do get pretty high on floor 7. Yes? Okay. So, the turtle level. Did that off stream? Okay, okay. Made it past the second turtle. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, good to know. So, good progress, good progress. Do you think they can extend the height for DD3 or too laggy? It's not laggy for players, but it's very laggy in the editor. Currently, I am working on a map that is 500 height on the map base. And this is probably 255 on the map base. The problem for me is that it takes about 1 second to place a block. I click the mouse and 1 second later the block appears. And it sucks. So, the editor, not really built for that kind of stuff. But maybe it can be optimized. Skill issue. You want us to play that? For the player, it's completely normal. It's only the editing experience. The performance for the player will not change. So, the builder goes through the struggle. So that you as a player don't need to. Hello, is there a limit to macro box? Scrappy. Right into the turbo. Left the server, so we will focus on to Elcon again. Macro blocks between map bases, like different map files, are not so great. There can be like some things that you need to kind of clean up if you take a macro block from one map and move it to another map. So it's annoying, but it should work. And also, if you make like super big macro blocks, like, you know, let's say tens of thousands of blocks, then your game will probably crash. But yeah, that is what macro blocking is, basically. It's building with like separate sections, separate like block selections, and then you piece those together. So you select a group of blocks and you can save that as like a one single thing that you can place again. Maverick had a block tubed 60,000 times. Nice. Yeah, there's also the duplicate bug where sometimes when you macro block, there's a large amount of duplicates. Luckily, at this point we have plugins to deal with that. So, not as bad as it used to be. I still remember that Lentilion was building a map once, and that was when the... Oh, Elcon going for this play save. This is so difficult. Lentilion was building probably one of the Wampus maps or something, and had one of the first instances of duplicate bugs, and made like an auto-clicker to remove those duplicate blocks for like multiple days or something. Like, I don't know how many hours. Oh, it's great. 100,000 duplicates, yeah. Trackmania map creating experience. These days, luckily, we have other ways to deal with those. Elcon has been going for this let's say common setup. Elcon was doing the super high speed setup there before, which seemed to work fine, but this is faster, I suppose, so Elcon saving a little bit of time doing that now. I am from Finland. Welcome, Elfric. Glad to have you here. Elcon is really like just chaining a lot of these things, but there's a couple parts like this one where Elcon is still doing the setup, kind of like making sure that the speed is the correct one. How's your day so far? It's been great. Many personal bests. Zimo getting a personal best to floor 10. Elcon getting a new world record not too long ago on floor 11. Virtual getting to floor 11 for the first time too. It's great. Oh, you made a editor tutorial. That's really cool, Maji. There's definitely a lack of those. Yeah, Simo PB'd a couple jumps into the ice level, but failed the steep ice slide, the first one. The floors have to be completed a certain number of times by the mappers to make sure it's possible to complete. I don't really know if they had any internal rules like that. They have playtesters though, to make sure that everything's kind of like fair and not entirely luck-based, I suppose. Elcon might just be stopping to write something in chats, yeah, as well. Could very well be. But I do see Elcon take very careful setups for some jumps still, respecting like the heavier speed checks. Oh, Zerchov, I was wondering about something. Now that I see you in chat as well, I'm wondering if it would be possible to remove mappers from the leaderboard, like Kubas, because Kubas is not part of the competition, right? It would just make it, it would keep it like clean, you know? because the mappers are not eligible for the prize pool anyway. So I wonder if that would be like a good idea to do. Want to see where you are on the leaderboard? I mean, yeah, I don't know, but the thing is that, like, when I show the leaderboard, like, I kind of have to explain every time that Kubas is not a competitor. So maybe like having like an overall leaderboard and then like a competitor leaderboard, that would be like something. Or having a mapper leaderboard. Like, I'm all for that, but if they start getting higher on the leaderboard, then it can get confusing for the viewers. Or like an asterisk by mapper names as well, something like this. Like, some kind of a way to kind of explain it, yeah. Can make a checkbox to filter... Yeah, I mean, checkbox to filter, like, players who are not eligible for prizes out. Something like that, yeah. It would just be, you know, a little bit clearer, I suppose. No, yeah, of course, like, also seeing if Kubas is doing runs here. Like, I'm all fine with that, you know, like, Kubas playing the stuff that's already discovered anyway, not like it hurts anyone, but then, you know, people are like, switch to Kubas, and then it's like, well, it doesn't really matter, because Kubas not really part of the grind, right? In the same way. Kubas has made the second last floor, gonna be floor 15, and with the skill set that Kubas has, I'm scared. I'm not even playing, and I'm scared. Very, very worried. I'm also worried about the Viro floor, which is 14. I think. I'm worried about every floor, honestly. The floors are getting harder and harder, yes. Elcon through floor 7 here. We're not talking about it much because Elcon makes it so easy every time. Finally getting these high floor runs going again. Not stuck on the first 3 or so. See, beam landing. Elcon does a scary strat here, landing sideways here. Pretty much everyone else is landing it with back wheel, so turning the car in the air, but Elcon still goes for the, like, side landing there, and, I mean, it works, but it looks a lot scarier every time. Well, going well though. So this is the guy who just had a new world record. 2 more sections cleared on floor 11. Drifting the tunnels. Need to save all the time. Backslide the landing. Faster turns. We're in a rush. Faster, Elcon, faster. Into the wall. There we go. This one, I don't think you can choose if you go fast or slow. I think you just hope for the game to do something. But it works out. See if the flip works. And it does. Going for the back wheel strategy. I think it's kind of 50-50. Some people going for the back wheel, some for the front wheel. Both seem to work just fine. Going directly into this, not really thinking about the speed too much anymore. and lands it. Oh, Elcon, careful. We kind of see this shift happening on floor 8 already, where the first runs that people were getting here, it's like, okay, I'm gonna take the pixel line here. I'm gonna make it absolutely sure that I will not fail this because I was too lazy to take that mega high speed. At this point, just like the early floors changed, right? The early floors kind of have done this too, where, you know, let's remember floor 1 ice slide. Very sort of clean, very methodical setups. Now they're just doing it, right? They're just doing the ice slide. It's starting to change like that on floor 8 already, where we're kind of just going, you know? Like, oh, I've done this. This is old news. No problem. But this turtle stuff, not so easy. Elcon. Through the first. Second one. Times it. Works out. Another run, potentially to floor 9 here. Turning around on the quarter pipe. Getting the line. Jumping onto the right. Looks to be just enough, maybe. That's new. But hey. Elcon. Through to floor 9. It's the XT in the chat. Into floor 9. Here, making sure the speed is enough though. Here is kind of where it's still very, very clean. Very careful, picking the right speed. Now to the turbos. Lands it. Getting into the zone. Getting the speed here. Oh, barely. Strange movement there just before the jump, but all works out. Making sure the car is exactly going in a straight line here. The landing on this turbo can be very, very unpredictable if you don't have the straight line. Elcon, oh, still a little bit of an unpredictable line, but more style points. Elcon backflips onto the recovery way. Will be able to jump now with the sausage block onto the left. Barely makes it. And then onto the right. I know he knows how to do these drifts. I know that for him it's like safe in a way, but it's just always so scary. Well, back to the turbo. Launch it. And to the left. I don't really think Alcon's line was that bad. I feel like Alcon's line was pretty good. I didn't really notice anything. You can sort of see it on the white line. I have high shaders on, so, you know, we can see it here. The players might have low shaders, which hides these white lines. But this time Alcon makes it. If you're wondering why some of the players don't have the same visuals on some blocks, it's probably because of game settings. I don't, of course, need all of the FPS that the players might need when they're grinding this, so I can afford to keep these lines going, but they do take performance, so I think a lot of players do have them off. Lining up. And jumping up. no hesitation. Lines up the next one, lands on the pole, and up. Clean landing. Drifts this entry every time. It's... I don't know. Just Elcon. Just Elcon. So close to the edge there every single time as well. But okay. There we go. Through these sections. And now for the one jump that everybody still lines up extremely carefully. Pretty big speed check. You do need all of the speed here. So, back wheel against the wall here. Taking the speed. Low jump, clean landing, looks good to me. 234 speed, that's more than enough Elcon. Landing it, no problem. Might be the highest speed I've actually seen there. Oh, Elcon unfortunately missing the drift line on the tunnel a little bit. Lost at least 0.3 seconds there, I don't know. This could be a reset. Not a good pace anymore. Landing onto the quarter pipe now. We keep it going. Lands on the pole. Careful. Taking the speed, the ramps ahead, and then it's back to floor 10. Landing first. Second one. Landing in a bug slide. Good optimization from Elcon. I really hope that he's... well, he's gonna do the weird ice stuff here again. Just has to ice slide this setup as well, I guess. Alright, do what you want. Okay, back we go onto the ice, getting the icy wheels so we can zoop onto the dirt. This is the last thing that Simo has made, by the way. Simo improving the personal best today. Elcon getting the line now. So this ice slide Simo did fail earlier. Hazard, Bren, Virtual, and Elcon have made it through, as well as Lars. Lars got to the very final half pipes today on floor 10. Elcon, of course, has made it through many times. Jumping into water, no problem for Elcon. Keeps it going. Around the hole. Speed for the next part. Snow, extremely slow surface. You need to get up this hill in one go. Goes up. Slide is enough. Keeps it going. No stopping with this guy. Oh, except maybe this time. Speed didn't really feel like it was enough there for Elcon, so going to redo this one. No reason to throw the run away. Knows how much you need, knows how much you can push. Jumping into it, and that's gonna be enough. A little bit to the side, but we'll be able to clear this pool jump with enough speed. Long as the line is right. Very low on this right side. Jumping through, it's very close, but Elcon lands on the right side. Directly into the ice slide. Don't think we're gonna stop here. And Elcon goes in, starts the spin. Here we go. And every single time it's clean. No problem whatsoever. I don't think Elcon has failed this a single time. Got it first try. Has got it ever since. He did fail it? Okay. One time then. One time failed. Pretty strong though. We could say still. That's not easy to do. Neither is this. One does land the plastic, and now it's time for the pipes. Half pipe to the ice, going forward, turning around, and then to the plastic. Very difficult to get this line, especially because of the icy wheels that you get here onto the plastic. Turning around, sticks to the road, that's the first step. Now to the plastic. Line looks very good here. Ocon, plenty of speed. Survives. One more time to floor 11. This time goes to the left side. Elcon's been going to the right side from this, but I guess a faster setup here. We're not gonna wait for too long here either. Old section for Elcon has been doing this so much. Here we go. Floor 11. Missing pieces by Sidelord. First jumps. Work out fine. Keeps it going. Elcon, you failed this once today, this line, and then you went for the other landing after that for safety. Why are you back to doing this? Stop. Stop doing this. Well, he's through. Now to the loop. Landing looks good. To the water. In the pool we are. And then to the dirt, getting rid of the wet wheels. We keep it going. In the first, in the second, and now we take speed from the beginning of this light. So, back wheel just next to this light. And trying to do this jump that only Bren and Elcon have been able to do. Elcon managed to get further. About 2 hours ago, if you missed that run. The chance here to improve the record once again. Jumping up, is the landing going to work? It's pretty far, but Elcon stays on track. And will have a chance at another improvement here. Cleared this once. Got a super clean landing onto the wall right. Knows exactly what to do. Needs to go upside down onto the plastic. Fly all the way to the pool on the far left side. This is the jump that Bren has not been able to do yet. Was close, very close. But Elcon, the only player in the world to clear this jump. Now going in, the landing seems to work, but no, the line seems a little bit too far below, and Elcon, unfortunately, will not be able to do this a second time. Falls back into the pool. I don't even know where we are right now. Seems to be floor 8. We'll be able to continue this run. A great attempt from Elcon. Maybe losing a little bit of speed in the wall right after all. So, just earlier, Elcon was able to land that jump. Was able to fly all the way through. I think Elcon might be not moving yet. Okay. Keep an eye on that. So far, it's hard to see. But yeah, Elcon was able to fly all the way to the pool, clear this next section as well, and attempt this section where it seems to be that you need to land clean into this one and fly up here. Elcon missed this landing, so that's where the world record currently stands. We don't really know if there could be a better strat still. We don't know if the plastic has some purpose still. Like before you commit to the jump, the red plastic pieces, maybe they have some kind of a purpose still. Maybe there is some consistency strategy that you can do. But does seem like Elcon's strat at least has worked. Bren tried so many things. Bren has been doing a lot of science on this one. Attempted it at least 4 times, maybe 5. Tried to do a press forward line from the plastic, press forward and right line from the plastic. They didn't work. Bren, the closest attempt was this Elcon line. Elcon did exactly what Bren also did. And for Elcon on the first time, on the previous attempt, it did work. Flew all the way to the pool. This time, unfortunately, not going to happen. But a great attempt from Elcon regardless. It was kind of an accidental finding, yeah. The plastic has really been mysterious for a while now. Elcon needs to be careful here because this is wet plastic now. This surface. It just needs to be a little bit careful. Wonder where Elcon is actually going to go. Probably just the second turtle part. Still kind of mysterious, yeah, no consistent setup, it seems. We have a pretty small sample size. Oh, Elcon actually choosing to go here. Suppose it works. Very close anyway. Thank you, Ruhi, for the 32. Kanum for the tier 1 as well. Quite the evening. Quite the week. Quite the... quite the 10 days, honestly. Oh god. Thank you, John. Going again. Wake up, dip, and sleep. That's it. You figure it out, Sammy. The meaning of life. Elcon now to the flip here. Gets it. Landing. Oh, it's very far again. Elcon has been going very far with these landings, but this time the fence is the savior. Works fine. Works fine, I suppose. Back to the upside down landing. Elcon always doing this upside down flip. Works fine. No one else going for that from what I've seen. But it's working for Elcon. Back we go to the reset. Turtles, everything. All the floor 9 stuff, all the floor 10 stuff. It feels like floor 8 is still pretty far, right? Feels like, you know, not many runs to make it here. But this is so far from where we just fell. It is kind of crazy to think about. Like, can we really get to a point where floor 8 is like an early floor? It sounds completely ridiculous. But I guess it's gonna happen. Elcon through the turtle. Onto the platform. Thank you, Flippas, and 1800 contacts for the subs. Back to floor 8. Turning around. This jump, let's see how it works. Looks clean to me. Elcon doing the optimization strat to fall down here. Have to save the time again. It's very important. Then for the speed, Strawberry Cheesecake by Rioter, floor 9. First landing is great. Now for the turbos. A tricky one. Gets it. No problem at all. Floor 16 is a little bit higher than the others, but I believe that is just because of the final jump. So all floors I think are pretty much similar length. Again, lining up carefully for this. Went a little bit wrong last time. Before working out. Line is a little bit to the left, but Elcon goes for it. Hopefully it works. Works perfectly. No problem at all. Ninjago, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Now this jump is kind of interesting as well. Elcon, I think Lars and Virtual, or at least Elcon and Virtual, are going for this long setup here. Simo, Bren and Hazard have been doing the circle lineup for this one, so a little bit different in this sort of like way to get the acceleration, but I think Elcon's strategy here probably gives the best speed. Let's see. Works just fine. Next section then, to the pole, up to the platform, no problem. Play some neo slides here. Wow, Elcon not neo sliding the setup for the next turn. You've changed, Elcon. Neo sliding here though, getting through the turbo. We go in, landing into the quarter pipe. Then the setup. One more time. Pretty precise line here. Taking the speed. Clean landing. A little bit to the wall and Elcon will redo this one. Getting the speed. Jumping back to the left. Luckily, this one is easy to redo. Let's see now. Map will not be finished this week, if the progression is what it's been. And it probably will be, so this will take longer. Longer than this following week. A lot of good players making great progress though. Elcon, super clean landing. Line. That works just fine. Now for the drift. Better than last time. Good drift, Elcon. And we go into the quarter pipes again. Jumping up. Landing it. Seems to have found like a really nice way to do this lane. Very consistent setups. Then to the ramps. Clean landing again. The backslide landing from Elcon. Wow. I feel like Elcon's pushing this more and more every single run. Landing a little bit further to the right every single attempt. Oh god. Well, makes it work. Back to floor 10. Ice cold. I think this is Elcon's 4th time today on floor 10. Kind of hard to quantify because this is the 2nd time on this run, so, you know. Well, the first few parts work as we expect them to work. Getting the ice off the wheels and then going to the pipe. I slide around. Getting the gears clean on the dirt, not that it's really required. In fact, Elcon needs to release a lot on the jump for being so fast. But everything works out. Onwards to the dirt. Onto the beam to take the speed, and the line looks pretty good. Elcon one more time. through the snow. Two pipes to follow. Very good speed here. Comes more than enough in the distance department, and the pool landing works just fine as well. Directly to the ice pin. Elcon feels like this is the easy part of the floor for him. Does the spin, and what a surprise, it works out just fine. No problem whatsoever. We keep going. Some players feel like they're absolutely horrified about the spin. I feel like Elcon looks forward to it. Landing onto the plastic. Works fine. Now the half pipes. So about the input display. It is a little bit different in spectating. Might not give you exactly the right inputs that the player is doing, so don't look too much to it. Elcon a little bit too far to the side here. Is it savable? Gets to the plastic clean, and another attempt on floor 11. Elcon is playing on keyboard. Don't worry about the inputs too much. We're just spectating. It's a little bit different than what the player sees. In we go. No waiting. Jumping a little bit short, but still lands almost off the edge on the other side as well. Very fortunate. Very skilled, of course, to save that. And now we go. Are you gonna do the sideways landing again? Elcon, you don't have to, like, it's not that much time saved, really. Okay. Alright, well, we go forward. Back to the quarter pipe. Up to the hill. Works out fine. Loop into the pool next. Lands a little bit late, and Elcon knows this as well. Immediately bails out. Wants to go for the recovery. And land to the right here. It's a little bit hard to see where you need to go. Elcon trying it now. It's a little bit to the side, but Elcon stays on the platform. Back we go. Once more to the sideways. Oh, thank you, Elcon. I appreciate it. Thank you. We do the drift turnaround, I suppose, but whatever. Alright. Second try now. Clips the landing, but good reaction there. Very good reaction. Can turn around here carefully. Fortunately, doesn't commit to the line. Saves it in time. Just needs to land the same beam here, and it will work. Third try. Landing is clean, and up the hill. Works just fine. See about the loop. Going for it. The landing, this time it's better. And the pool should be reached. Very nearly going a bit too far as well, but I'm wondering if the players do need to care about the having too much speed there at some point. But Elcon this time at least will land safely. Then for the big one. Has cleared this multiple times and has got further as well. A couple hours ago, Elcon was able to improve the water course by a couple more sections. So this landing, no longer a water court, but required to do it if we want to get a new one. Elcon, speed looks fine. Landing is perfect. So consistent on this landing now. And we'll be able to try this plastic once again. Both Bren and Elcon have been figuring this out, and Elcon was the first to make it. Was able to land into the next platform block in a wall ride, then flipping upside down onto the plastic and flying all the way to the far right, far left onto the pool over. Not that one, is it? Lower. Far left there somewhere. It's actually, we can see it barely on the corner there. The sound block. That's where we want to go. Eventually, that's where we want to go. Come on, maybe checking some clips, maybe checking what went wrong last time, figuring out what exactly you actually need to do here. Maybe even trying something new to find a more consistent setup. Not sure actually. Seems like we will go for max speed from here. Taking the wall ride, looks clean, but the landing a little bit too far. We'll land on floor 8 below. Such a difficult section, at the very least, with this strategy. Now there could be two answers to it. Was it too fast or was it the wrong line? Elcon landed very high. We can see from the skid mark still, landed very high here. So if you land a bit lower, if you're able to land lower, then you also exit this earlier, which means that you will land more into the middle part of the plastic. Whereas Elcon, if you land high, you will go much further, and we can see the difference in the line, right? You fall down from here versus you fall down from here. So there can be a line difference there as well. Hard to say if that was too much speed or if it was something else. But Elcon has another attempt now to analyze, try to understand what you actually need to do there. This might not be the right strategy, or I mean, I guess any strategy that makes the next landing will be the right strategy, but there could be something more consistent. We've seen on floor 4, there have been different strats, one of which is more consistent than the other. Floor 5. Other floors, probably as well. But back we go. Elcon still on floor 8, not falling all the way down at least. Going up now. Back to floor 9. And it feels like, you know, this is a big floor. This is very high up, and it is, of course. Most people will never reach these points on the map, but at the same time, it's starting to be so far from the sections that Elcon has already reached. But no other option than to just climb again. Jumping in. "51 minutes on the timer. This run has been alive for a while." Gets the beam. Getting to floor 11 twice on this run now. Falling back to floor 8 twice as well. Getting the speed to the quarter pipe. Many tricky quarter pipes on this level. The first one works just fine. More speed yet again. Back to the beam. Barely stays on the platform before the drop-off. And then safely onto the platform. Elcon making these early floor 9 jumps very cleanly. down to the turbo, and back to the quarter pipe. A lot of valuable practice on these floors as well, but honestly, I feel like at some point it's diminishing returns. You've been here for so long already, so many times, doing these same jumps, but... Come on, one more time. Up we go. It's barely off, but looks like it's gonna land back. Elcon will be able to save this one. Then we go back up. Try again. This one often, for many players, takes multiple attempts. It's a very, very difficult line and a very speed-checked jump as well. Again, landing very clean. The speed is definitely there. What about the line? Looks pretty good. Elcon is through. Tunnel, how's the drift? It's okay. Not the cleanest drift through the tunnel I've seen. But it works out. But now the actual trick here at the end needs to land onto the pole one more time. This is a little bit on the edge, and it will not land this time. Maybe landing onto this quarter pipe. Oh, it looks like it's gonna fall off as well. Floor 8. Nothing below. We're going all the way back down to floor 5. With a nice backflip to, I suppose, celebrate another very good attempt on floor 11, but for Elcon, the journey will continue from 570 meters there. So let's go back in though. Very barely making the plastic bounce. And keeps it going. A little bit of a breather for us as well. Hope everyone's doing fine still. It's been a wild day today. Keeps it up. Back to floor 6. Would he be able to show the final jump he's missed a few times and what he's trying to do? Sure. So I can actually... Someone can maybe show the clip from earlier that Elcon did manage to land. I can just show that one. That's way better than me just trying to explain it somehow. Someone really has it. There. It is from this stream because Elcon hasn't been streaming today. So we can really quickly take a look. So this is the clip. Not a live run, just so everyone's clear. A clip from Elcon. So this is the successful attempt. This is what Elcon is trying to do. A very clean landing onto the wall, onto the plastic, bouncing around into the pool. This is it's something. Plastic will bounce you around like this. So if you're upside down on plastic, the car will retain momentum and it will bounce around. Multiple bounces that you can spot there, and eventually you hope that the final line is towards the pool. Bren was close to making this as well. And then Elcon was able to do the next few sections, or next section really, which is less dank. It is much more understandable, something that we can... Seems like Elcon has fallen to floor 5 again, by the way. Something that we can show from here as well. So, getting into the pool, step 1, right here. Then, you jump from this quarter pipe into this quarter pipe. You jump from here all the way to the right. You want to land here. And this is the final landing that Elcon was able to get. Elcon tried to do this landing, tried to get here onto the quarter pipe, and tried to get all over here on this platform. This seems to be the next section that we need to reach, but unfortunately Elcon landed a little bit too far, losing speed and not quite having enough height to get here. So fell down all the way, and that's where the run ended. So the floor does continue. There's like 3 more tricks that we can kind of think how they work there. It seems like there's 3 more like jump combinations or so after that. So we're maybe 2/3 through the floor 11 right now. Maybe a little bit more, but about 2/3 I would say. How hard the final tricks are, it's hard to say. A lot of the time, to be fair, the final trick on the floor has been one of the hardest tricks on the floor. So if that trend continues, then we might be here for a while still on floor 11. No problem, House of Cards. That's why we're here, to document this journey and also to hopefully explain these things a little bit better to people who might be new to Trackmania, or maybe not not on the level where you understand like icy wheel, wet wheel, plastic interactions, which, you know, you don't usually need to know if you're just playing Trackmania casually, for example. No bug slide? Oh, I even missed that one. Elcon's changed, not bug sliding. But Elcon, to be fair, has changed the red turbo part to the faster strategy. So kind of speedrunning still at the end of floor 5 as well. Well, finishing the recovery that you can do, Elcon, carefully. Well, not really carefully, actually full speeding backwards, but you know. Whatever he wants to do, I guess. Corch, also by the way. Corch also on the floor, a bit ahead of Elcon right now. Has a 8:15 personal best. Looking pretty good. And I need water. So I will get it before I lose my voice. I'll be back in just a minute. Very much appreciate having you guys here. We'll keep following Elcon's journey for, well, as long as this run lasts, probably at least. Well, we'll see. Maybe if it lasts for 12 hours, I'll rethink my decision. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Alright then. I see Elcon has been climbing. Is there a favorite in this competition? Not really. Not yet. There's a group of favorites, but I feel like at this point there's just so many players that are making really good progression. Virtual getting to floor 11 today. Simo making progress on floor 10. Elcon, of course, has the world record on floor 11 as well. Bren, obviously, is one of the favorites as well. Lars very close to floor 11 too. Hazard on the ice spin on floor 10, but Hazard and Skandir haven't been playing because they've been playing on a LAN. Trackmania LAN in Paris this weekend. So they might be able to catch up. Hard to say. Well, Peltrux got Shootmania, but it's so hard to find the maps you play. I gave up, honestly. Join the Shootmania obstacle Discord. I think it's OBS Discord comment. Gives you the link. There's a lot of helpful people there. Thank you, Hunt Yumi, for the 2 months. Your casting with Deep 2 has been incredible, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm glad. Glad if it's good. Appreciate you. Virtual failed about 3 jumps into floor 11. I am from Finland, yes. Yeah, Alcon's still going. Same run. 1 hour, 5 minutes. The watch time might only update on the next day. So it should be accurate on the next day that you watch. Elcon's been... I don't think Elcon's been playing the entire time I've been here. I haven't been on the server the entire time I've been streaming though. I'm not really sure. I feel like Elcon maybe joined... It's probably been like 6 hours at least though. Something like that. I'm not really 100%. Very close to the pole. Oh, this is... Okay. I was about to say that the turtle there would be very difficult to save because of the ice, but, well, the car flips. Flips back up, no problem. The problem with turtling is that with icy wheels, you have just significantly less grip, so even if you try to do the upside down driving, if you have very high percentage icy wheels and you go onto road, the turtle will likely end there, because you will just not be able to get the grip, and a couple seconds after, the turtle will just stabilize, and you will not keep it swinging like this to keep the wheels touching ground. This setup is not correct, Elcon. Unfortunate mistake there. That is also probably going to be a dead turtle, as it's called in Trackmania. Unfortunately, not the correct line there, and I don't know, the car is moving backward, so... Well... Maybe, if it makes it to the plastic, there's something that can happen. But I believe that it's at the very least a 10-minute break for Elcon. Well, doesn't hurt. Elcon has been doing really good work today, though. Very solid progress for one day. I think Korsh might be on a PB attempt here. This is the highest part of floor 7, so it's always hard to say where your actual personal best is. In terms of height, yeah, it's personal best, but is it in terms of progression? This line might be able to recover. Nice landing. It's clean. Yeah, I can't recall off the top of my head if course has been to floor 8, because floor 8 is on the same height as those parts that we just saw over there. So usually if you get to floor 8, you get a little bit higher as well, so it's easy to tell, but this is kind of on the edge. This could be like at the very end of floor 7. It is hard to tell from the height what the actual personal best is, because the floors kind of go up and down, right? This is the recovery way now. Back to floor 6. How does it jump up through the water work? So it is not normal to be able to build that. Some movement here, I don't know. Whatever. It's gonna be a while since before Elcon actually gets somewhere. So yeah, it's not like something you can usually build, the like underground entry to a water like that, but there is a glitch or multiple ways to glitch this specific water hole so that you can make it possible to enter from below. So you essentially are not supposed to do it, and that's why it looks kind of weird, like you can't see the water from below, but it's like a water block that's supposed to have like a floor, but you remove it with like some glitch work, and then you're able to jump through it. I think you should. We'll see. Progress of Elcon still there. It's gonna take a while, guys. It will be a few minutes, at the very least. Yeah, so here it looks weird, but because you're not supposed to do it. I did find this glitch very early when these new water blocks came. But the way that I made the glitch was actually patched out. So I'm not sure how it's done now. I'm not 100%, but it's something similar to what I did. It's like a block combination that removes the floor accidentally. The gray name means usually AFK, or turtled, in this case, both. Tricky jumps ahead, Corch jumps very far and slows down a bit too much. That's not gonna be enough. You do need to get a very clean line there to be able to get through. Very close for Corch, to be fair, but you can't slow down too much between those two jumps. Well, Elcon is still there. We're kind of back to the ground layers. Well, not like floor 4 is ground ground layer. I don't know what I'm trying to say even anymore. Whatever. It's been a long day. Yeah, default movement is gonna bring Elcon somewhere. Where is Hazard? Hazard has been playing a LAN together with Skandir this weekend. Probably going back home now. Everyone is playing on this same server. There's also public server, but public servers, multiple ones, but I believe that pretty much everyone who is competing for the prizes is going to be on the server or playing in solo. Name origin for term default movement? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that when the car turtles, a lot of the time it will move automatically. So here we can see the car slowly but surely is moving backwards. So that's what default movement means. I guess it's just, you know, it just means that you are not as a player doing the movement. It's like default movement, automatic movement. Well, we'll see what the landing is gonna be. Could be floor 7. These are the moments that we all wait for on the deep grind. The most exciting times. Yeah, no, you don't want to get too deep into explaining Trackmania terms. It's terrible. All the gorilla grips and whatever we have. Explain everything now. I think Gorilla Grip was just a meme name. It doesn't even mean anything. It's an ice slide technique from setting up an ice slide before a jump to have it set up in the landing. I know it doesn't really explain it, but I can't really like show it. I can't even do it myself. Can you explain Neo slides while vibrating? Technique basically where you have to briefly release acceleration at low speed, allows you to potentially drift below 200 speed, Elcon, flipping through safely onto floor 7 somewhere. I don't really know where we are. Oh, we're here. Not too close, not too far from floor 8. Probably can just hop. Usually this is an upside down hop, but you probably just hop. And then here, then floor 8. Alcon is maybe still AFK. So it's fortunate that the landing happened like this. Well, we'll check in with Alcon when the run continues. Saved the landing without even being on the computer, imagine. That's how good he is. Elcon did get a new wall guard earlier today. Made it past the plastic halfpipe on floor 11. And one more section after that. Can you explain ice gearbox? Kevin, I probably don't need to explain it to you. And I don't know if I even really fully understand them. I'm hoping that we don't need to care about them on the Deep 2 grind. Can you explain to me, Kevin, how you can hold a Gear 1 ice slide at 300 speed? As a pro ice player? "90° holds your hand and never lets you go." That's kind of wholesome, actually. Ice slides are actually your best friend in this game. For reference, how good are the other people competing on the same map as the leaders, since they are so far behind but still in the same server? I mean, very good. Like, we have, like, Kansika, is an extremely good full speed player, for example, just falling down the bottom as I say that. But, you know, this is not really full speed, right? So, there's like very different skill sets that people have as well. Trackmania is such a diverse game. Check Elcon. Elcon is AFK. The car is not moving. It's fine. I'll switch to it. When it moves, I'll switch. So, it's a very diverse game with so many different skills that you can have. This game, or this map, features like a lot of different skill sets as well. You can be a really good ice player like Elcon and floor 10 can be a breeze, or you can be a really good turtle player like Simo and the floor 8 can be a breeze. But it's a very diverse skill set that you still need. Some skill sets will not really be favored here, like, you know, if you're like a competitive tech player or something, like you play the traditional tournaments, that translates of course in some part because it's still Trackmania experience, but you have to kind of also have the experience on specifically this kind of stuff, which usually means trial maps, RPG maps, which is like similar stuff as this is in Trackmania, as opposed to what RPG usually means in gaming. Usually just like thematic maps that have like a lot of quarterpipe jumps and jump combinations and car control and stuff like this. Sano has been doing pretty nicely on Kaki, from what I know. Has built some Kaki maps as well. It's very easy to underestimate this map, yeah. It is difficult. And then, like, even if you have this skill set, the map is still very difficult. Some of these guys, in 10 days, have accumulated about 100 hours of gameplay. We have the best players in the world putting in ridiculous hours into this. And we're on floor 11 right now. Floor 11 out of 16. So, and it supposedly gets more difficult as well. There's a lot of very interesting floors ahead. Haven't really looked at it too much because we're gonna discover the floors together with the players. Kind of see what's ahead as we get to a new section. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult. If the name is grayed out, there's no movement. He will turn the color when he moves. I didn't build a floor. No, not this time. Haven't tried the map yet. I'll try it later when the competition is over. Gonna be interesting to test how far I can get. Elcon's just vibing. Okay, he'll be back probably. I wouldn't think that Elcon's just gonna leave like a floor 8 attempt here. Good night, Koenig. Blue streamer attempt? Yeah, for sure. Well, back to the ground floor we go. It's kind of the experience. you have to be a streamer to get in this server? Not really. You can also just be like a very good player, but you have to stream your final full run to be eligible for the prizes. So in some way, if you're like a competitive player, you do have to eventually stream. But it is a whitelist system. Generally, they've accepted, you know, streamers for this server, so, you know, I think pretty much everyone is a streamer, but there's also been some players who I think stream a lot less, probably not very regularly, so maybe not like a strict rule set. Kind of case by case. Streamer or a well-known player, basically. Or something. Oh, the whitelist is closed. Okay, good to know, yeah. It's good info. Didn't hear that yet. I suppose to make sure that the server isn't getting too crowded. That can cause some lag and stuff. How far do you think you could get if you were grinding all day in one day? In one session, I think I would reach floor 2. The leaderboard updates automatically. But not everyone is using the plugin. Also, Virtual wasn't using the plugin before, so there can be, you know, just don't look at the leaderboard too much. There can be, you know, something a little bit off. I really don't want to play until the competition is closed. I think that's gonna make for an interesting experiment. We'll just wait for Elcon, I guess. But it's early days. Well, we're getting at least some perspective on these first few floors. It's easy to forget that these are still floors on the map. No matter how far you get. Floor 10, floor 11, you still need to do floor 1 and 2 when you start. Yannick's was playing, but Yannick started focusing on Zealand Forest. Was playing the first few days. We get a race here, yeah. A lot of people who maybe haven't made it to, you know, past floor 5 even, are still kind of like starting to do these early floors pretty fast. Pretty quiet times though. A few players on the server, many taking a break probably, many maybe spectating. I wanna save my first attempt for the when I know every single strat on the map. It's gonna be fun. Let's just hope that someone gets towards floor 4 again. You can play the map offline, yes, that is absolutely allowed, and you can do that even as a streamer. We've had some players, there could be someone right now who's, you know, playing the map offline as well. Elcon's fine, just AFK. Floor 7. Public server, probably not super high up, but I think the The best one is Whorl on like 700 meters or so. Elcons deserved a break though. Really solid runs today. Do you see Techie on the server? Is Techie streaming? Because I'm here kind of thinking... Oh. Hold on, well... Okay, whatever. Went to make some food. Absolutely understandable. You leave the car at the turtle, go make some food. Went well. Well, here we go again. Okay, we'll check the Elcon run through. If it ever ends. Oh, Elcon. I thought he already ate. No. Okay, well. I guess we're at least through one obstacle. Okay, is Techie streaming right now? Because I'm here thinking, I've been live for 10 hours. maybe I could leave the documentation for Techie as well, if Techie is live. If anyone's able to check. Valen is not on the server right now. That's why I'm wondering about Techie. Maybe I can get Techie to stream. Techie might be AFK as well. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, well, we'll see. Alright. Okay. We can wait for Elcon. Check this run through. And then watching segmented records. Okay. Makes sense. Well, maybe that could be something Elcon might be going for a little bit longer anyway. Still kind of early hours in the Elcon schedule from what we've seen before. I suppose once Valen rejoins the server, I can throw you guys over there. Can you autofocus the first play and let the stream run technically? I guess technically that would be possible, but it's possible that something could go wrong. And it wouldn't be focused anymore. And also, it sounds a bit lazy. I hate doing lazy streams. Hey Otter, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate it. Oh, Sano with a nice landing here. Backwards. Pretty sure Elcon is in... Okay, but... I'm not 100%. All I need to play Deep offline is club access? Yes. Starter access is just not sold anymore. It would be enough. They changed the system in the beginning of the year, so they're only selling club access now. But they also dropped the price from 30 a year to 20 a year. Though they, you know, technically they were offering like 3-year club access as well, which was 20 a year for a total of 60. But, you know, not the PB of Sano here just yet. Sano, I think, has made it pretty far into floor 6 actually. So, definitely a strong record. One can sleep at any hour of the day, that's true. It is physically possible. Okay. Elcon, eating. Sano, floor 5. I think at this point we're in a pretty long session. Valen has joined the server and Valen has also been casting, has also done the voice lines on this map. You might have heard that on other streams. It could be that for documentation purposes, I will throw you over there. And Elcon probably will continue this run and see how that goes. I think that's probably a good idea. We will be back tomorrow. Again, every day. For as long as the players are playing, I will be casting. Very much enjoyed having you all here. Welcome. I welcome you back as well. See how long Elcon eats for, but okay. Here we go. Yeah, much appreciate everyone. So I'm going to throw you guys over to the other